We're kind of wasting too much time here. Real bad. Yeah. Sorry for the sound effects, but always get a mash up. Hopefully this helps for the block nose. Way too much sound. What? Let's blow our nose. Oh, I don't remember this looking so dark. Hey, that guy's gone.
How did Count Ymir reward you with that? Then I see you have gained his trust, and therefore mine. I am Yolan. The night is yours now to wield. Don't get the wrong idea. We are neither friends nor confidants. I am merely honoring Count Ymir's wishes.
I didn't even listen to the quest line originally. No idea what's happening.
Enough of you. Enough of you.
So the guy in the seat's gone. Let's go back a bit then. What did he leave behind? There we go. Ooh. Oh, wow. So apparently there's a lot that I've missed. I need to restart the DLC from the beginning again. Because I did not play it properly. I was just looking around. Oh, fingery. Yeah, I am tired. My nose is blocked too. Of beer. Ooh, what is this? Apparently there was like 80 bosses. It's not pre-recorded, Januza. Pre-recorded! I'm getting baited. Oh, wow. Oh, I tried it. No, I had the wrong thing out this whole time. Oh. loaded. Coming back for you. Maybe. Maybe, Philip. Is that something you're interested in? People be asking me to make stuff and then they never watch it. So I don't know, to be honest. There is a video that I am, working on. Started it anyways. I haven't actually finished to put on the internet. It does kind of go over it in brief. But yeah, I'm a bit distracted. There's other things to do in a minute. Let's go. Let's have the right one this time. Hey, what the hell? Who's there? No, don't tell me there's not another opportunity to go down. No, man.
Did you espy something unsightly, perchance? Well, put it out of your
No.
The stars will reveal the truth in time. Free yourself
So, Joseph.
from misconceptions, lest they bring woe upon the both of us. Oh, hello. Is something the matter?
Yes, I want to go underground.
May the gleaming stars guide you evermore.
Maybe it was nighttime. No, don't tell me we can't go back there. Maybe that's a one-time thing. I don't think anyone made man, bro. I don't think anybody at all made a man. Give me a reason to think that's true. Let's see what we get. Maybe it was because it was nighttime. I think it was nighttime. Right, let's try that again. No, he's still there. What the hell did I do wrong? No, I want to go back down there. Alright, Mormon, why don't you explain that to me? While you're here, Mormon, why don't you tell me all about Joseph Smith while you're here? What's the deal with that?
Enough of you.
Jesus doesn't love anyone. Jesus loves himself alone. Alright, Fragile. Fragreal, sorry. Why do you think that? Damn it, how do I get back down there? Damn it, what did I do?
Oh, hello.
Some future. Yeah, I don't think he can defend himself. But, as it historically goes, humans can talk for God because that's the only way God ever talks, is by humans talking for him. So, he'll be just fine. Look at Designer. What do you know about God? You're just a gamer. You're nothing. Thank you for your projection. I appreciate that. Now, why don't you tell me everything you know about God? Or at least start with something. Oh, hey, that's cute. Alright, so. Yeah, humans describe them. So, in terms of rules that govern reality, what might those be from your point of view? Why do you think that, TMG? Yeah, they're laws. They're called descriptive laws, not prescriptive laws. It's because we observe the universe. And we see that there's similar patterns consistently. There's such a thing called the problem of induction. So by that standard, they're not actually laws, because anything that could happen would change them. So that's why scientists have stopped calling things laws in that regard. But yeah, the universe is under no obligation to abide by what we call the laws of physics. We just observe those things, put them into a formula and call them a law. That's not necessarily the truth of the matter. It's just our observation. Yeah, exactly. So you're making an error, right? You can't say they're rules if we're the ones describing them as such. The universe doesn't function with that kind of psychology, like a human psychology of rules and laws. It does whatever it wants to do. For instance, say for some reason our solar system in the next 10 or 100 years or even the next 10 days goes for a black hole or something, then all of these described laws that we as humans have disappear overnight. Yeah. No, there's no reason to think a God is behind that. Those things are natural. That same kind of thinking puts you in a lot of problems logically. Why would a God design said laws which he's outside of? How could he do that? He would also be under those same laws, those same governing principles of the universe, or else he couldn't do anything meaningful. You can't do donations on that channel, so there's no point, mate. You have to come to the main channel if you want to give a donation. Anyways. So when did he disappear then? Because we just went underneath that chair. My understanding of God is made of straw. So when I use the word God, what I'm doing is I'm using it as a category definer for supernatural entities or deities. So I acknowledge that there are various different types of God concepts. So why don't you tell me which God that you're talking about? As far as I understand, all God concepts come directly from the minds of men. They don't exist independently of humans. In fact, there is no God historically has ever been discovered. All gods have been invented. Man, I'm annoyed. We can't get back underneath that chair. Maybe that was just a one-time thing. That's annoying, man. I really want to do that as well. That was interesting. What the hell, man? Maybe it's part of a quest that I need to restart somehow. Spiral Rise. So what do you think reality is? And what are these facets that you're describing? Excuse me. Big as a... No, it doesn't actually. It's a semantic argument. So what you're doing is called question begging. You're assuming that there's a creator by you stating that things are creation, but you can't actually prove that. You can't even presuppose that. It's just monkey brain flaw. Yeah, so the only reason you think there's such a thing as higher dimension things is because mathematically higher dimensions are possible. But that being said, it's probably not the only reason you think there's higher dimension things. You probably think there's higher dimension things because you believe in all kinds of spooky supernatural things. But mathematically, yes, higher dimensions are possible, but they're not accessible to us because they're higher dimensions. So there's that. But being mathematically possible doesn't make them actually exist. That's cool. That's nice for you. Appreciate that. Did we say anything about atheism so far? I don't think I did. When you say beliefs in what? Obviously don't have any religious beliefs. Game is Elden Ring. What difference would it make where I blow my nose? You'd still hear it. See, That's the problem with you. You got issues with natural things, yet you want to talk about God. Can't even handle natural bloody excretions from human body. Look at you, how pathetic. Oh gosh. Hey, why I gotta blow my nose? You take it up with God. Get him to tell you. Ask God, hey, why did you make the human body so it produces mucus when attacked by things coming into it? Actually, you wouldn't even know that, if you just thought it was God behind it, right? Like science for you to find out that's what's happening. It's a curse. It's a demon. There's water leaking from thy nose. Spinal fluid, actually. Thanks for tapping the light. Nah, I don't think God. Well, you could say in some function, God has some functions in terms of hope, but that's more about a lie, like a societal lie that keeps people stagnant and like happy with their position in the rungs of society. But in terms of actual offerings of hope, God doesn't actually provide that in any realistic way. It's always humans that provide that. Anytime you've ever needed help in something, it was a human who was there. So it's humans who actually offer real hope. God is just a comfortable lie in terms of hope. Saying that, like, I came across a really interesting thing last night by a guy called Richard Rubenstein. So it's this Jewish guy. I think he was a Holocaust survivor, but like he's like really up there in Jewish theology. Like he's put together some interesting essays. And he's basically put it to the Jewish people that, you know, you can't have your cake and eat it. If the historical God is real, then why did he abandon us during Holocaust? So it's like the way he breaks it down is he puts their back against the wall. It's like either you're gonna have to accept this type of God is not real, or maybe God himself is not real. But even though he's saying that, he's also a theologian. So stuff like that make you wonder in terms of hope. That might be true, Chillwoods. That might be true. Sorry for the nose blowing. I'm just being shit. I got a cold and I got hay fever. So and I just woken up not too long ago. So it's gonna be what it is. If you don't like it, leave. If you're willing to look past the snot, feel free to stay. Who, me? I don't take the concept of God being literal. I take it as exactly that, a concept, an immaterial idea, an abstract construct. That's what I take it as, not an actual entity. I have no reason to think paranormal things actually exist. Andre, I'm using God as a category definer, so I'm talking about all kinds of gods, major deities, minor deities, supernatural entities, disembodied minds, omniscient, omnipotent, omnibenevolent, or just like one attribute, just storm. Talk about a major. Yeah, I'm using God as a category definer for all supernatural entities. So if you come in talking about the God you believe in, it would be on you to be very clear, explicit about the type of God you're talking about, because different people believe in different types of gods. For instance, there's someone saying Jesus Christ is king. That person probably believes Jesus is God. So he believes in a man, thinks the man is God. See how that would differ from a God the Father type of belief. So there's that. No reason to think what don't. What paranormal things, right? As far as I'm aware, look, the idea of paranormal or supernatural things are also just concepts. They've not ever been proven to be a thing. So there's no good reason to think they're a thing outside of just being a concept, or some human seeing something and not being able to describe it properly. So until I see some evidence of it, then I have no reason to believe it's a thing. Now, do I take it off the table as a possibility? No. But do I give it high probability? No. right? Because it doesn't, it's not in accordance with what we find in reality / nature. So there's no reason to think that it's a thing. But hey. Oh, this guy's so tough, man. I just wanted to go under that basement bit, do that fight. Forcing me to fight this idiot. See how weak my weapon is against him? So it does 0 damage. Oh, what's the... Oh, I think I need to give Mimic Dragon Breath as well. That will help a lot. I don't think, well, it's actually possible that there are people with no concept of God, and we should absolutely leave them alone and not try to bring our stupidity to them, like those cultures that have been like. So have you heard of something like called the cargo cults? Stuff like that, right? It's why we should leave people alone. Leave them in their indigenous practices and their original ideas and their native setting. Stop trying to introduce these stupid, weird ideas that we've cooked up for centuries that we still don't have any proof of. But yeah, it's possible there's someone without a concept of God, like a baby. We should leave them pure, not take their minds of our stupid ideas. But yeah, if you was trying to convince a skeptic of a God, there's only really 2 approaches you could take: a rationalist approach or an empiricist approach. There are only two ways. Nifo, no. Bro, why don't you read some other book? Bro. Quran is just a religious text, like a Bible, like a Torah, like a Tetragrammaton. What's special about that? How much are you actually going to learn about the world, the natural world, from a fucking religious text, with all due respect? Now, you might learn a bit about human history from an anthropological point of view. But beyond that, you ain't going to learn much about reality from that book. Anything useful anyway. But shit, spend your time reading what you want. I spend my time reading what I want. Hey, she cursed me. What does this do? Or is it a he? I think it might be a he. Wow, he is spam. Can't even look on. Bro is spam. What is he, bro? He is spam. What is existence? Why don't you define existence for me? Why is it just so smart? Define existence for me. Do you see me every day? So, if you actually want to talk about the main subject, you want to know what my position on the main subject is, it's this. All known gods are psychological constructs and do not exist independently of the mind. If your god requires belief, imagination, or faith to interact with, it is functionally non-existent. It requires somebody to devise a concept of God and impart that concept of God to you for you to interact with it, or you yourself have to devise a concept of God in order to interact with it. As far as I'm aware, there's never been any evidence presented of gods existing independently of humans and being able to be what's called causally efficacious agents, meaning they're able to have interaction with our physical material reality in some meaningful way. There's never been any evidence of that presented. The opposite, though, in terms of humans cooking up gods, we've got a plethora of evidence of that. From ancient civilizations, even pre-civilizations, humans have been cooking up supernatural or spiritual concepts. Okay, so we've got archaeological evidence of humans that have cooked up ideas to do with the supernatural. We've got anthropological evidence of humans cooking up ideas to do with supernatural. We've even got cognitive science based on how the mind works, why it does what it does, to be able to say humans cook up concepts of gods. The adverse, on the other point, or on the other side of the spectrum, there isn't evidence of God's existence, right, independently of us. So, I mean, if you think there is, as I said earlier on, you want to convince a skeptic of your God's existence, there's only two approaches you can actually take. It'd be a rationalist approach, which would be dependent on something like formal syllogism, a logical syllogism, or it would be an empiricist approach, looking for actual evidences that are measurable, tangible. In terms of actual evidences that are measurable and tangible, no one has those. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, you get more what's called philosophical argumentations for gods, your teleological, your ontological, your cosmological arguments. But those don't actually suffice as proofs of God's existence, but they're good for the proof of that framework. Right? For instance, Aquinas' 5 ways or an uncaused cause. They work in that framework, but outside of that framework, they have no bearing on the actual reality. Yeah, I can explain it in another way if that didn't make sense to you. But yes, historically, there's just not been evidence or proofs of God's existence independently of humans. Okay. Now, as far as your beliefs come into it, all God concepts are fundamentally abstract concepts, and they are transmitted through language and artifacts. So in order for you to have a belief about a God that you yourself didn't invent, somebody must tell you about that God at some point in time. It's just how it goes historically. How we invented gods, I will get into in a bit. As the stream gets a bit more deep, people start coming in, waking up and stuff. Start pulling up some explainers, some visual aids. And I'll explain exactly how we invented God and why we invented God. All different types of gods like that. Ooh. Flat. So yeah, someone was going to explain to me, define what existence is. Nifu. You're going to explain to me, define what existence is, bro. What are you talking about, Edward? that sounds like a very naturalistic thing to do, right? What are all living things like prime directive to do? Not in like a science fiction way. All living things, right? Their like first order in terms of their needs and their wants is to survive. A part of survival is passing on your genetics. In the same way that a tree drops a seed, or a bird comes and eats a fruit, takes that seed and drops it somewhere else, that all happens naturally without anyone having to say, you know, I need to make sure the trees keep reproducing. I need to make sure this bird poops out a seed, right? No one needs to actually pick that up. The natural environment, right, causes those things to happen. In the same way the human drive causes us to try to survive and pass on our genetics. Okay, so the various ways in which that comes about, you know, like you've just said, like helicopter seeds, like, you know, those things that we used to spin around and stuff like that, that comes about naturally. Okay, you don't, right, for instance, if you wanted to make that as a proof of God, you need to explain how you get from helicopter seed to God, right, and make it actually make sense. But then again, like it's really just a lot of copium, a lot of childhood indoctrination spilling out in adult ways, probably because you've lived an unexamined life. But here we are. So I disagree, Sleepy, right? That is a philosophical argument, but in terms of actual mathematics, there's no doubt about it that humans have devised various languages of mathematics, some that are now obsolete, ancient types of mathematics. But yes, mathematics is a language, and it's devised primarily to describe our physical reality. Okay, so the more high level you go in mathematics, is the more abstract it becomes. So it departs from like a Platonist kind of view of like numbers existing independently. Okay, it goes into purely abstract thought, right? Mind, in order to come up with these formulas, to come up with these calculations, to actually interact with things or build things. Okay, so the higher the mathematics, the more invented it is. The lower the mathematics is, the more akin it is to, there is one tree. That one tree has 2 apples, okay? The one tree and the 2 apples, yes, right? You could say they have a numerical value, but for that to be meaningful to humans, humans have to come up with numeracy. or else it's not meaningful. Just like there was a time, ironically, before before the need for psychological time arose in human consciousness. So prior to that time, matter was in motion, the solar system was spinning, the seasons were happening, time was real. That was real time, right? The things I just described. But before humans developed the capacity for psychological time, it wasn't meaningful to humans. Time was not meaningful to humans, or what would become humans. But once the mind developed the capacity for it, to need internal psychological time to be able to track things, to understand our surroundings, like temporarily, time was not meaningful. Right? In the same way, one tree with 2 apples on it wasn't meaningful until numeracy was devised. Okay. But yes, like philosophically, people like to argue about maths being discovered and or invented, but the reality is you wouldn't be able to have a conversation surrounding the discovery or invention of maths if someone did not actually come up with the language of mathematics. That's the reality of it. It's fun, but it's dumb. But yeah, it's it. You can pick what you want to think. So yeah, the main point of the topic is humans invented God. All known gods are psychological constructs and do not exist independently of the mind. So when I say a psychological construct, what I'm saying in simple terms, gods are immaterial ideas, right? They're what's called unsaturated concepts. An orange would be a saturated concept to an extent, right? I might be misrepresenting it philosophically, but just walk with me in like a general term, right? An orange has a primary and secondary characteristics, right? It has shape, it has taste, it has smell, it has color, right? It has texture. All of these things make an orange what it is. The orange exists in a physical representation of itself, right? But it also exists in an abstract realm of our mind. We know what an orange is when we refer to an orange because we're pointing to a physical thing, the saturation of it, okay? God doesn't exist like an orange. God exists like an empty container. So a thought experiment, if you will. Try to hold a vision of that same orange in your mind, and then that will take away the color, we'll take away the taste, we'll take away the smell, we'll take away the texture, we'll take away the shape, we'll take away all the primary and secondary characteristics of an orange that make it what it is. Now all you're actually left with is a word called orange. So like in a comic book, when they make something missing, they just draw dotted lines around it like it was there, but it's no longer there. That is what an orange now is once we take away the primary and secondary characteristics. So, like that dotted line that would be representing the orange because we've taken away its characteristics, all the orange is now is a word that encapsulates a concept. A god itself, right, functions like that word, just a god, right? God as a word is an empty container to be filled with concepts. How do we fill the empty container of God with concepts? The first wave of God creation is assigning agency to elemental and celestial things. So we start assigning natural things to that word God, right? And we give them agency and represent the natural thing as a God. We deify the natural thing. The second way we do it is by internal generations of abstract concepts, okay? So we start thinking of things like justice, peace, creation, destruction, war, love, magic. And we put those concepts into the container called God. Like, you know, the empty container of the orange. So we're assigning God concepts and attributes and characteristics. But ultimately, God is just an empty container, right? A vessel to be filled with other concepts. Okay? But if you think God exists like the orange, with its primary and secondary characteristics independent of you, the viewer, then please demonstrate it, right? As far as I understand, there's no evidence of God's existence in that way. But shit, you can think what you want to think. This is you and your beliefs after all, not reality. Alright, what we want to do is use some magic on this boss. Well, let's see. Oh yeah, let's go back. No, we can't do it because we already summoned the guy. Let's just go for it. Oh, wrong button. Bro, this guy's so brutal, I can't even see him. Oh, so it does like focus in one spot. One little damage like that is all it done. Damn. Yes, that's true, right? The game wouldn't exist without an inventor, right? But the universe and human life doesn't work in the same way. What you're referring to is a very, again, a monkey brain view called the watchmaker's argument. The watchmaker's argument presupposes a bunch of things that can be granted, like humans existing, humans moving materials around and arranging them, and watches existing, because we know the function of watches and what they do. When you start thinking about the natural world, the universe, how it functions, human life, like biological, organic, sentient beings, we can't presuppose the same set of things as the watch. You're not an inanimate object like a watch, okay? So, in terms of you presupposing the creator of the watch, knowing that humans exist, so you have background information that humans exist and that humans can make watches, right? You don't have background information that gods exist and that they can make universes. So you can't presuppose God in the same way you can presuppose a human makes a watch. That is why your thinking is faulty, it's fallacious, okay? It's called a habit of thought, right? But yeah, I can't blame you for that because no one has ever pulled you up on it. I can't answer everybody's question, bro. There are a lot of different people talking in different chats, so be patient. Maybe I'll see it. Spam, you get blocked. You know how it goes. I don't know what Aristotle's argument is, user. I don't really intend to rebut it either, but I'd like to know what it is if that's what you're gonna do. There is no build, bro. It's just random stats. Vigor 80, mind 32, endurance 52, strength 64, dexterity 50, intelligence 32, faith 33, arcane 37. So it's the fourth playthrough on the main game, first playthrough on the DLC. Right, explain to me what spiritually blind would be. That's not true. That's literally not true, Yap. That's called circular reasoning. Again, fallacious thinking, right? You're doing the exact same thing as the watchmaker's argument. What are you doing? It's called question begging or circular reasoning, because you're saying there's a creation. By saying there's a creation, semantically, you're implying that there's a creator. That's question begging. That's circular reasoning. Okay? Now, if you're just using the word creation in just like a normal way and with no like vicious intent, it's possible for things to be created naturally, meaning no mind, no entity was involved in their production, in their creation, okay? But if you're trying to be vicious from a religious point of view, you're literally being a dumbass and saying painting, painter, creation, creator, right? You're being an ape, right? You're not offering anything to the conversation. You're presupposing the conclusion that there's a creator in your statement without ever having to prove it, without even thinking about what it is you're saying. But reality in consideration, is it possible that there's a creator behind all of these things? Yes, it's possible. But based on what we know about gods, how gods are produced, it's not probable that it's a god that's behind all of those things. Because we invented gods. Okay? So is it possible that there's a creator? Yes. But is it probable? No. But then again, if you compare the idea of creationist myths versus the current explanatory power of science and in various fields, creationist myths don't stand a chance, and they haven't for hundreds of centuries. Okay? So, in terms of things coming about, yeah, they come about from what's called naturalistic means, e.g. how the universe forms, planet forms, life forms, right? How life evolves into various different aspects. You could say all things from that point of view come from non-living matter, right? So abiogenesis produces all things. For some of you, that's hard to believe. Fine, right? But then I'll ask you the same question. All right, who made God? If all things need a creator, who created God? Now you're backed into another fallacious thinking based on your cognitive dissonance. You're going to say God is uncreated, right? He doesn't need a creator, right? So that's called special pleading. Since you think all things need a creator, why are you making an exemption for a God? Right? Since you think all things come from living things, then why are you making an exemption for God? Right? hold on a second. If all things come from living things, then do you think God is living? Do you know what the criteria to be living is? That means you began at a point and you will die at a point. That is what living entails. So you see the problem with all of your different ways of approaching this. You don't have the same explanatory power as the naturalistic approach. You just do not. You exist in the realm of religiosity for a reason. Okay? It's nothing wrong with that, but if you try to compete with science, you will be stomped out every time. Right? It's not your job to compete with science. Science is like a helper to the whole of mankind. Right? That's not your job. Okay, but you can do what you want. Like the old Travis Scott song, "Stop Trying to Be God." Right? It's just not your job. Hey, like, do what you want, innit? You tell a whole stat, right? You tell him or her. You know? Gods are absolutely cultural reflections, right? They are directly produced by the minds of humans and follow our evolutionary trajectory. The most well-known God concepts absolutely follow the same evolutionary trajectory as humans, and they mirror our needs and our cultural wants, stuff like that. Right? Again, soon after I get tired of fighting this boss, we'll actually bring stuff up on the screen and we'll go through it. Alright, so in terms of the theory of abiogenesis, it's literally just saying non-living matter. Basically, I don't know what all the details are on it, right? The various different types of molecules and particles and stuff that exist in the universe, atoms and shit. Could say space dust just for the sake of argumentation, right? Whatever produced that matter, matter is inextricably tied to energy. Matter is literally energy, right? Whatever that is, met the right conditions for what we know to be life to form. Now, on different planets, in different solar systems, and different galaxies, the configuration of those particles and various elements could produce a different type of life, or no life at all. But it just so happens that on Earth, right, the right environment was met for the materials to produce what's called life, which is known as abiogenesis. Now, there's that, which is very studied and substantiated, versus a creationist myth, which you can't account for because you can't presuppose the God. You don't know what the God is made up of, how it functions. You don't know the mechanisms it would use to create anything. You don't even know the psychology of why it might do anything, okay? So all those things are what's called mysteries. So they exist in the world of myth, okay? What's up, Joshi? I've never seen Mumbai, bro. I don't know what that is or where that is actually. It sounds like somewhere in India. I might be wrong though. So explain love. From my point of view, right? Love is a biochemical reaction that's so like it's part chemical and part conceptual, right? What people walk around in English talking about love, they're talking mostly about conceptual things, right? Again, like how God is just an empty abstract container for other concepts you feel, in the English language, so is love. Right? So the only thing that transcends cultures and language when you talk about love is the biochemical reactions, like oxytocin, serotonin, dopamine, various chemicals in your body that your body produces when external stimuli or internal concept generation. Like you think about something you really like, it produces certain hormone releases in your body, right? That's biochemical. So that transcends culture and language. But linguistically, the idea of love, right, is just a concept. Within love, you've got like relational love, you've got agape love, you've got sensual love, brotherly love, etc., right? You've got love of what you do, love of knowledge, all kinds of things. But they're all conceptual. They're not actually biological. So they're just linguistic terms humans have come up with to point to things that they like, right? So in terms of love, as you're using the word, right, the only thing that transcends cultures that is tied to that word is the biochemical reaction from external stimuli. Right? That's it. That's what it is. Okay? But that being said, all right, on a conceptual level, from like I don't know if you want to say a romantic point of view, most people walking around using the word love don't understand love. That's why the world is so effed up. On a humanist level, on a relational level, whether it's familial or like sensual, most people don't understand it conceptually. That's why they F people over through their whole life and find themselves also F'd over, okay? Because they don't understand what love is. So when you're using the word love, right, you should know, right, what comes with it is biochemical, pertaining to your biology because you are a chemical being. And then the other half of it is conceptual, based on your linguistic or cultural context, okay? You don't know that. So you don't know what love is. So why are you even telling me anything about it? So, I mean, shit. Like, get in touch with your emotions or whatever it is, or your feelings, something. Smell some flowers. Get all Roman. Anyways. It's the same as believing the Easter Bunny. What's up, me? Yes, you can, through your cultural context, right, of how you're using the word love, you could say like love entails kindness too, right? From another lens, you could say love entails violence, right? Discipline, all these kinds of weird things. Because love itself is just an empty container to fill with concepts. But the only thing that transcends that language barrier of you calling love kindness, and you calling love sacrifice, and you calling love, like, you know, physical touch, right, is the biochemical part of it. That's the only thing that transcends all of these various conflated concepts. So this is why, like, in the modern kind of dating world, you have women talking about what is your love language, because the idea of love pertains to various different concepts. That my cultural context is different than your cultural context. So when you're talking about love, what do you mean? Okay. The only thing that transcends that is the biochemical part of it, which would have existed before we came up with the concept of love. Right? For you to call God love is another type of weird stuff. Right? It's up to you. It's really up to you what you want to do, but it's still worth researching, isn't it? What's up, Sun P? That's a very good point, man. Every, like, major region and the most prominent culture in that region has produced their own god concepts. And historically, no one has ever gone out into nature and discovered a god of another land. Not one time. Not even today can it be done. You must come into contact with humans, and they must transmit their god concepts via language or by artifacts. Dead. Yes, it was invented, right? So what do you, right, so let's, if we put aside English, right, which comes off the Germanic family, influenced by Latin, German, French, Spanish, even some native tongues, right, ancient Britain, Celtic. The language of English, which we're using to communicate, is built up of a very, like, plethora of different cultural offerings in terms of words. What are words primarily? Utterances, sounds that our voice box makes to point to something, right? So the first primitive types of words were literally pointing to physical observational things: grass, tree, air, well, not air, you know, like sky, fire, right? The first utterances of words pointed to physical things. As human minds developed, we gained the ability of conceptualizing, like I was talking about earlier on, internally generated concepts, abstract concepts. Now we start to create language that points to things that don't have physical representations. There is no observable thing. Love is not something that exists in that first phase of human existence, pointing to physical things. Love is something that exists in an abstract realm. Okay? Because it exists in an abstract realm, it can mean various different things linguistically. In the English language that me and you are using, when one says love, we could be talking about various different types of things. I love football. I love my family. I love eating, right? I love my partner, right? I love God, right? There's various different types of love. Like, you can take love as a top category, like a category, and then branch off things from it: agape, familial, sensual, relational, etc. It's all abstract concept, relations between things happening in our mind, not physical things that we're pointing to. You don't walk down the street and kick love with your foot by accident, right? That's not how that happens. You have to conceptualize it. But in the West, because we're using the English language, your idea of what love is could vary from your neighbor, from your brother, from your mother, from your sister, from your dad. Right? It's all about your cultural context. What is the history behind your personhood? And what do you relate to it when the word's mentioned to you? Do you have a Disney point of view? Do you have a religious point of view? Do you have some kind of, romantic conception of it? It depends on you, right? but it doesn't exist independently of you. As I said already, the only thing that would transcend that is your biochemical reactions, the release of endorphins, serotonin, adrenaline, norepinephrine, all these kinds of things. That's the only thing that transcends the language. So if an English speaking person speaks to an Arab speaking person, speaks to a Chinese speaking person, I don't know if that's the right thing to say, but all our languages will account for the idea of love differently. But what won't change across that spectrum, right, is the biochemical reaction when you meet that person and they make you feel a certain way. Right? That's what you're pointing to. Right? But conceptually, it doesn't exist as an actual objective thing. Okay. But shit, if you think it does, not necessarily, right? Think about it like this, right? There's such a thing called the golden rule, right? Treat people how you would want to be treated. But there's also such a thing called the platinum rule, which is treat people how they want to be treated. Do you get it? Right, so where's the contradiction here? Maybe you're just not tracking. What do you mean, the Viking? You're saying love has a metaphysical? Yeah, I guess it would, since it's an immaterial idea in the first place. Well, maybe. It depends what you're implying when you say metaphysical, but I guess it would. But anyways, right. I think the idea of associating love with God is more recent rebranding of religiosity than what the actual intention was. Now, that being said, the concept of love has been deified by cultures. Think of a person like Aphrodite, for instance. That's literally her whole point, right? Is to deify the concept of love or sensuality. Okay? Prior to Aphrodite, there were what's called fertility gods, right? Gods that pertain to the mating of humans and various different species. So mating could be also within the category of love too, right? Because now in the Western context, we call mating love making, don't we? So it's just a concept, okay, that you feel with other things. Linguistically, that's all it is, bro. Of course, all gods are myths. There's no god that's actually real. Okay, obviously. Bro, we can't beat the boss, right? If you're here for the boss fight, you know, like, we're gonna be fighting him for ages anyway. If you've been watching these streams, like, sometimes it takes weeks. It's like I wouldn't get your hopes up of that happening in this session. Probably not. See? You see? It's a matter of learning his move patterns and then getting the right build to actually fight him. All of those things. That might take some time. While yapping. Sup, Patwa? That's true too, right? That is very true. Do you know why? Because God is also a concept. And gods have been devised in various different ways. Historically, there have been various different types of gods that have been primarily associated with warfare. For instance, the genealogy of the God of the Bible, he starts out as a national god, meaning a small deity, which his primary job is storms and war. That God is called Yahweh. Okay? Yahweh goes through an evolutionary trajectory and becomes God the Father. Now, in a modern context, 3-O God, omniscient, omnipotent, omnibenevolent, big G creator God, but starts out as a national God in henotheism for the Israelite nations. Okay, the Israelite nation. So there you go. Like, historically, there's been various different gods associated with war. So you're right. From that context, you're absolutely right. Well, I don't know if I would go like all that deep into it, Viking, right? I'm not a philosopher personally, just a normal guy who knows like tidbits, right? But from my view, I would accept that immaterial things exist, not in like a concrete way, but they exist as an expression of our material reality, right? I'm not entirely a physicalist or a materialist, but I'm more inclined to subscribe to what's called psychophysical identity theory, right? Meaning that the mind is like mathematically identical to the brain. It's an emergent property of the brain. Okay, so from that point of view, immaterial things can exist, but they exist as a property of the brain producing them. Like, if that makes sense, as part of the brain producing them. So yeah, like sorry, let's be clear, right? There are discovered things and there are invented things. There are abstract things that have a physical representation too, right? So it's what's called a saturated concept. A saturated concept is when we point to something that actually has a physical representation, and we then abstract ideas and concepts from it, like linguistically. But then there's unsaturated concepts, which are internally generated. They don't have any external representation. I don't know if, well, to be frank, I would put love in the second category, because it doesn't have a physical representation. It can be expressed, like creation can be expressed, destruction can be expressed, but they don't exist as substances unto themselves, in my opinion. Right? But there's so many different weird, like philosophical views walking around on Earth that some people might say it does. And then in their framework, they wouldn't be wrong to say that. But outside of their framework, they'd be wrong. Do you get it? You've seen chairs slide across rooms. That's a bit one unbalanced room, bro. Should have went on a boat or something. What do you mean, geek? Or geek? What do you mean? I'm talking to various different chats at the same time. Thanks for hitting that like, Dickichi. Appreciate you, bro. Extraterrestrial life. I think I consider it a possibility, right? But I've not got any proofs of it, so I don't really take it too seriously. I think it's a possibility. If you think about what a universe is, and like there being some kind of base material that sets this whole thing off going, it's possible that there are other configurations of that base material that produces a different type of life form. But I haven't got proof that they exist, so I don't dwell on it, put it that way. But I don't rule it out. Extraterrestrial things, I guess. There's no reason to rule that out. But is it possible? Probable, probably not. Right? But is it possible? Well, truth be told, right? Probabilistically, I think that was called. There's a word for it. But it is actually quite probable that there's other life in the universe, given how big it is. It's actually quite probable. So, from that point of view, yeah. I can't believe I've forgotten what it is. Fermi paradox. I think it's the Fermi paradox. Astrology. Astrology is not a thing, bro. Astronomy is a thing. Astrology is made up. Astrology is literally just apophenia. Astrology is completely made up. Astronomy is the thing that you're talking about when you're actually tracking the stars, the movements of heavenly bodies or celestial bodies. That's an actual science. Astrology is like made up, like tarot cards, pseudo psychology, a bit of a what's called Barnum effect, saying vague things and people attaching those vague things to themselves. Numerology, all these kinds of weird things that spring off of these kind of thoughts or like esoteric ideas. Astrology isn't a thing. It's made up. It's just like it's bullshit. Astronomy is the actual science. A lot of people won't like that, but yeah, shit. All that, like, in terms of, right, put it this way, in terms of human psychology, human nature, those things work because the people who use those tools understand human psychology and human nature on a level where they can manipulate you through a tool. It's like being a magician that studies mentalism, right? So there's certain tricks in magic where it makes the job is to convince the person you're doing a trick on that you're reading their mind, right? But how it's done is through a clever system of saying certain things at certain times to draw out information, and then you fill in the gaps of that information, and it makes the person believe you're reading their mind. It's mentalism. So the person using something like tarot cards, astrology, numerology, or like lifeline readings, they would likely, a good one would likely have a good understanding of magic in terms of mentalism and human nature and psychology, and they would use those things as tools to express that background information. But as a thing on its own, it's useless, right? From what I understand, the original depictions found on tarot cards come from the first setup of making what's called alchemy. When they were thinking about alchemy, which like later on became an actual science, the alchemy itself, right, was done in a symbolic way, meaning they couldn't write X equals Y, right? So they do a visual representation of it. Within the visual representation, there's a code language for the people who have, you know, the decoder ring. So when you see a picture like so you often see that picture that's supposed to represent Plato's cave, right? So it's like a sun and then a land and then a cave, right? That, the way it's drawn, the artistic style is alchemical. So there are actually different messages in each part of the picture, the painting, right? But who the painting is meant for isn't the person just looking at it in terms of, oh, you know, what did my star sign say? The painting has its own code in it for someone else to extract information from. Do you know if that makes sense? Okay. But if you take that, like I just said, those are like what's considered esoteric kind of things, right? Or occultic things, hidden knowledge, right? The things that surround those things are vastly nonsense, right? But as I said, the people who understand it from a mentalist point of view, from a human psychology point of view, they use those as tools in part of the governance systems that's found in various different cults and societies. So they're at a level where they use them as tools to express the mentalism or the psychology. But the underling thinks that the actual tool is the magic. Right? That's what I'm saying to you. Astrology is one of those things. It's nonsense. But the tool, it's just a tool to express the mentalism or the psychology. Right? It's a trick. But yeah, that's my point of view. Right? Doesn't mean it's the truth. Look within. That's funny. Right? Zizek's got to think about looking within. Or if you look within and you find nothing but shit, right? I think that's what most people would find, and they look within as well. So there's nothing but bullshit, right? It's your job to unpack all that bullshit, get back to base. So I don't think. Again, that's also a school of philosophy. People who think that knowledge isn't. Knowledge is actually all knowledge is already within you, right? Your job is to uncover that knowledge, right, by various processes. I don't particularly subscribe to that, but it's kind of cool in terms of like a hero's journey kind of thing. You know, like there's a block of marble, right? The statue is already in there. You just need to cut it out, right? Some people think about knowledge in that way. I don't necessarily think that. Right? But yeah, the idea of it, just look within you, it sounds super sweet, but it's just. It's the same kind of bastardization of meditation, right? How the West views certain Taoist traditions. Right? Unguided, ununderstood. So what does it even mean to look inside you? What does that mean? Do you even have a good understanding of what a you is? So stuff like that. Shit. Oh, I messed this fight up already. Nah, CMY, I don't think that's the case, right? Now, is it possible that a god actually did invent all this stuff and he's just like, you know, playing out an experiment or some kind? Yeah, it's possible, right? Is it likely? No. But in terms of how gods are invented, it directly links to human capabilities, and it's done for human reasons, right? Like one of the primary reasons we invented gods ancestrally was out of survival. So it was done using what's called hyperactive agency detection device. Those types of gods that were devised were completely innocent. It was just what would become humans in some cases, didn't have any understanding of what was going on. So to cope with that, they gave these natural experiences agency, right? They gave them mind. Then over time, through culture, they become deified. That's quite innocent from a human's perspective. If you think about human history, like 300,000 odd years, that would be humans in their infancy. So it makes sense, right? Where humans are today, some might argue, like, how, depending on how long we're gonna live, right, we could still be considered in that kind of infancy. Right? Depends on your perspective. Yeah, we beat Mesmer ages ago. Now we're stuck in this goof. But I did look on the map earlier on. Apparently there's like 80 something bosses to fight. And somehow I don't think I fought 80 bosses in the DLC. I actually want to restart the whole DLC and do it properly. And like go through the quest lines. Because I feel like I've just butchered it. And throwing myself at Radahn is not too fun either. There was something happened here at the beginning of the stream, right, where I went to the throne room and the guy wasn't there. I interacted with the chair, and then the chair opened up an underground place where like there were giant fingers. But then the guy respawned, and I'm not able to get under there, so I don't really know what's going on. I want to put on the magic glasses. What are the magic glasses, bro? You talking about the they live things? Or are you talking about Wiki's Transformers glasses? They are magic glasses. Yeah, like, young earthers are weird, man. Hey, like, I don't know, right? I don't know. From that point of view, I really don't know what they get out of that. He's there again. What did I do wrong? Maybe it was a time of day that we came here.
Enough of
I can't even strike her. So yeah, I teleported here, and he wasn't in the chair. Right, let's find out how to get Ymir to leave the chair. Is his name Ymir? You must sound the second bell at the finger runes of Rhea. Return to the cathedral for the exhausted dialogue. Where the hell is that? Finger runes of Rhea. I don't remember any bells. Maybe that happened by accident. Who used to say? Yeah. Where was a bell though? I don't remember seeing any bell. Bloody YouTube, bro. Oh, it's the thing in the middle. It's the finger. That's kind of suspect, actually. No, so Christianity comes way later in human history, right? Christianity it's like an attachment. It's like an add-on. It's like a DLC for Judaism. Right? Judaism developed like over a couple. I think I would say like maybe 1,000 years. Right, goes from just a simple tribe of people existing in Levant. The ancestors or their ancestors were the Mesopotamians, known as the Sumerians. All of the like supernatural ideas, ideologies were first stamped by the Mesopotamians and the Sumerians and passed down in various forms, like the Ark tablet, the Creation tablet, the Epic of Gilgamesh. And then there were tribes that existed in Levant, the Babylonians and all that. They expand upon those myths and traditions, and then they go into their own types of religions. But primarily, when I'm saying ancient gods and survival, I'm talking that they predate those. Those are civilizations. Ancient Mesopotamia, Sumeria are civilizations. That's a significantly advanced type of human at that point. Christianity is just an addition to that legacy. But the God of Christianity, goes through an evolutionary trajectory as well. Being that it starts as just a national God of Israel. It's like a small G. Yeah. Anyways, let's not get that guy any time of day. It's like somebody take away his keyboard. Or maybe that's it there. Oh, it is a bell. It's just really weird shaped. Yuck. Chili. I can't use the hole though for some reason. I'm sure I've used it before, but move, man. I hate that. Well, actually, if it was active, then I'd be able to use it. I don't know what I've done in this game why I can't do it. If you wanna be able to say more in the chat, you gotta come to the red app. Red app is Culture Crack. TikTok does have a short limit because it's designed for short attention span, so it makes sense really. Alright, so apparently I can't ring that bell. I don't think there's any others. That's what I mean about Elden Ring, bro. You really gotta go back and play it properly and follow all of the quest lines, because if you just play the DLC how I played it, just stumbling around, having fun, just ruin the game. You don't know what's going on. Oh, you just used at. Just use literally at. There's like no one in the chat on that red app, on that account anyways. Oh look, Philip's there though. Philip's in the chat. So yeah, like I'm on two different red apps channels. The vertical one is more active in chat, but we don't talk about that, right? Right, chat? We don't talk about that channel. I don't think that's true, Incan. I think Divinity is an idea that was cooked up by humans. You know, like Divinity used to also didn't just include gods alone. It used to represent humans within the clergy class or the sacerdotal class. So there's that too. Man, this is pissing me off. I don't want to just fight Radahn. I want to do the quest lines. I might restart the whole game, you know. I want to play it properly, but I messed it up. Damn it, man. So, by real, what do you mean? When I use the word real, I'm literally saying that it's not imagined. So it's not just taking place primarily in my brain or my mind. What do you mean when you say real? Yeah, but I would say there are plenty of things that are mind independent, right? The Earth being one of them. I don't think a god is one of them. Oh, bro's just figured out solipsism. Congratulations, bro. What's the next step now? Now that you figured out what Descartes was saying, what's the next step? What's up? Welcome, Yap House. As you can see, that chat's pretty darn dead, isn't it? I mean, pharaohs technically are kind of still a thing. They're just it's really just a form of monarchy, bro. So they technically are still a thing. Egypt is just Egypt is a mess in terms of history. Everyone wants to claim Egypt. No one wants to do the damn work. It's ridiculous, man. Absolutely ridiculous. It's kind of annoying to even get into that conversation. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. God poos? I didn't know God poos. Yeah, I think ancient Sumeria is a little bit older than Egypt. What? So like, there's Indus Valley, there's ancient Sumeria, there's Egypt, and then there's Far East. I forget the word for it, right? Which would be China. They're the oldest in terms of getting shit locked down, in terms of agriculture, then writing, you know, civilizations. Egypt, Greece is among them, but Greece is a little bit later. Bro, there's no prophecies of Jesus, right? Jesus and Christ aren't necessarily the same thing. Christ is a title. There are no prophecies of Jesus coming. Speak to any Jewish theologian. There are no prophecies for Jesus as a person. I was using a Moonveil in the original game, but it's been so long. I've just been playing the game with the exact same build. I kind of just gave up on it. I know the weapons I've got now aren't effective on this guy, so they're a waste. We need to cook up a new build for him. But that's gonna take a minute. To go run back to main game and use those damn stones on him. I mean, using a gravity sword on him is kind of dumb as well. See what I mean, bro? Trust me, Meep. Trust me, Meep. Judge them by their fruits, right? Yeah, that chat is dead, bro. I was that channel is dead. To be fair. What day is coming? Will it be a Monday? Perhaps a Tuesday? Yeah, the Messiah is not Jesus from a Jewish perspective. Like, this is a well-known fact. It's not nothing to really even argue about. From a Jewish perspective, right, who are the people putting together those prophecies? The guy you're calling Jesus, or Yahweh ben Joseph, did not meet the criteria to be considered the Messiah. Hence why the Jewish people don't, like non-Messianic Jews don't hold him to be that. Okay, it's very known within religious context. Guess who thinks Jesus is the Messiah? Christians. That's it. They're the only group of people. So Muslims don't think that. Jews don't think that, and all three of them are within the Abrahamic family tree. Okay? They're all three talking about the same God. It's only Christians that think Jesus has anything to do with God. Just look out for yourself. There's nothing to lie about. There's no gain to be made there. And to be fair, right, as I said before, there's only really two reasons you should ever lie. It's if you're in fear of your life or if you're trying to protect somebody. Neither of those things are happening. So there's just no reason to lie. Nah, I disagree, Yap House. I don't F with messianic ideologies, right? That's literally, in a simplistic view, what it is a cult leader. That's all it is. I don't like that kind of thinking. I don't like that singular savior thing. Now, that's not to say I'm like some hardcore proletarian socialist, because I'm not even close to that. But I know what that messianic ideology produces historically, and it's never good. It's always, literally, historically, always bad. No good can come of it. I don't even know what the blue and orange circles are myself, bro. I'm getting bored, so I'm gonna play something else. I'll get a coffee, actually. Get well and truly bored. Should we actually talk about the main discussion, which is humans invented God, or should we just yap? Maybe play a different Souls game for a bit, maybe. I'm gonna get my coffee. Be right back. Who's mad? You mad? Enjoy my dreams tonight. How do you know I have dreams? You assume my biology and my psychology, don't you? What if I'm on some kind of medication that blocks that and I'm not able to have dreams, or at least not able to remember dreams? Why would you make such an assumption? But I guess you think dreams are magic, right? Ah, there are god types that aren't anthropomorphized though, yep, you know that, right? Oh, it's actually kind of cold as well. Oh, why is it so tough? Oh, bro, like, you'll find out soon. Well, just remember, if you step into the dream world of my dream, I run it. So don't be mad when something bad happens to you in my dream. Bro thinks he's in Inception, you know. I'm the dream master here. I'm the Sandman here. Crazy ass. But hey, if you think that's the only place you can get some retribution, then more power to you. Keep dreaming, right? Alright, so what was happening? It's been a long time since I played this. Oh, I need a like whole tutorial at this point. Oh yes, I'm cooked. Yeah, bro. Absolutely cooked. It's been a long time since I played this. Oh yeah, I can resurrect. No, just die. No? Who are you guys even talking to? Alright. Oh, okay. I can't remember what's happening. We got like 3 or 4 bosses to fight still. Even love can be used hatefully. Religious people know all about that. Right, what was the button to take the stuff? Square. Wait, who saw me? Oh, him. No, dreams come from the brain, bro. I forget what's. I actually read something interesting. So there's a word that's interchangeable for subconscious mind. I forget where it's from. There's conscious, unconscious, and subconscious. From like I think it was Freud. From a Freudian perspective, like with dream analysis, he thinks that to be like a really like a not supernatural but a psychological phenomenon. Meaning like you can find out a lot about someone's mind and how it functions from their dreams. But from a scientific point of view, dreams are absolutely like biological. It's your brain passing data to long-term and short-term memory. So that's why within your dream or your like your dreamscape, I think that's the word, or how your dreams are formed, there will be actual places like geographical places you have a reference from for actual people, or even a game or a movie or something you watched. So there'll be overlapping with different experiences you had. Some could be complete inventions, but that's where the psychoanalysis part comes into it, like repressed desires and stuff like that, how those dreams play out. But dreams are ultimately biological in terms of your brain, how your neurons function. It's passing data into short-term and long-term memory. Think about dream during REM state is your mind doing a defragmentation. But that your mind actually to dream takes up a lot of energy, which is why you only experience a small amount of dreams you can remember. It's there's a lot more to it, but it's kind of hard to explain properly. But so yeah, your brain is actually super active during the points where you think you're having a dream, but that's still biological, right? It's nothing out of this world happening. Hey, what's up, bro? I haven't played Sekiro in such a long time. I'm gonna make it look so bad. But yeah. Oh, Lady Butterfly's cooked already. This is the second. It's the second run. So like this is after everything's been destroyed. Uh-uh. Lady Butterfly was in the original. This is when he comes back. So there should be the Demon of Hatred to fight, his dad to fight, and Ishin the Sword Saint to fight. I think that's the name. Can't remember. Genichiro. So this is after that. But yeah, I mean, some people think that dreams are like supernatural. For instance, experiences of like premonitions through sleep, they happen, right? But one could argue, what's the like natural mechanism, or what's the naturalistic explanation for premonitions through sleep? The human life is very pattern based, right? So we do the same or similar things constantly, which is why in terms of how memory is passed, the majority of your life you don't remember because each individual day doesn't tend to be anything unique or substantial compared to any other day. So like for instance, you live this whole week today, right? This week, sorry, you're on Saturday. From Monday to Saturday, it's very likely that the patterns of your life played out like almost similar to every other day. So unless something significant happened between Monday and Saturday, that particular day to you is lost. Yeah, that time happened, you experienced it, but data-wise it's lost because nothing significant happened that broke with that pattern. So in terms of like predictive capability of dreams, if your life follows a similar pattern, it's possible that that kind of premonition you receive through like a dream interpretation could be based on the patterns that have been occurring in the past, so they're highly probable to occur in the future. That's not all the time, right? Because sometimes even I have dreams. I'm like, how could I have possibly known that was going to happen before it happened, right? And then you start thinking, okay, if it's possible, then what would it take to tap into that consciously to know what's going to happen before it happens? And I think that comes with having awareness and collecting data. You collect a lot of data, you can start to form very, very accurate predictions about what's going to happen. But in order to be aware of that data and human patterns and stuff, you need to be like conscientious or conscious of what's going on. You know, that's just an opinion, though, right? So in terms of the supernatural element of predictive power of dreams, it could just be down to pattern recognition. Oh man, I suck at this now. See, I've got no chance. Waheguru, what religion is that? Yeah, no, you know, tell a lie. I've gotten Sekiro all the way up to the final boss, and I've still never beaten the final boss. So technically, no, I've not completed it. It's the only one I haven't completed. Well, it depends. Even amongst Gnostics, they have different views. Some are weirder than others, but it just is what it is. Right, if I can't even beat up the foot soldiers, I've got no chance fighting the boss, but it's worth a try anyways. Oh, I remember these guys. These guys are super hard to fight sometimes as well. Oh yeah, so the red is a sometimes a dodge, sometimes a parry. Oh my gosh. I need to get back on my game, bro. You could say it's technically my first playthrough. It's the second time I started the game from the beginning and come to the end. What's up, Bronze? That's true. You say Jane? Who are you talking to? What? Yes, I guess you could say it's my first time. Oh, I am definitely garbage. I would probably be garbage if I played it 10 times. Oh, it's JB, that's who he was talking to. Well, I'm gonna butcher this. Yep, already. So much for being a ninja. Hey, what the hell? Ah, getting jumped by soldiers is crazy. Corner stumped. Oh my gosh. What's up, bro? I mean, yes, we did invent God. Baldy's having fun just watching the little freak. That's funny. I saw that. I don't think he saw that though. Alright, give me a reason to think God invented me. That was kind of funny, M100. 1000. Well, according to them, according to Christians, they worship the God of Abraham. According to Muslims, they worship the God of Abraham. And according to Jews, of course, their God is the God of Abraham. So they should be talking about the same God by that standard. Yeah, it's the second time, but I just suck. He'll make you kneel for the Lord. What came of that? Reincarnate. I mean, I don't know. Who's to say? There's definitely some kinky shit in religious views. There's an argument that most of the religious views and rituals are actually like it's like a repression of some kind of perversion, which could be true, depending on who's delivering the argument. But what I should do, right, instead of trying to play her out in a second, go back to main game, get my basics down again. Just get beaten up by idiots. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'll take tips, bro. It's been a long time since I played. I thought I'd take a break from Elden Ring, only to get battered. Yeah, it's true. There's always that. When there's some glaring contradictions to this now, oh no, it's just a metaphor, it's just allegory. And everything else you can take literally till it reaches some contradiction again. I don't have any religious beliefs. Gaps in what way? Your favorite? I agree, Panda. It doesn't make any sense. From the UK, bro. Oh, trust me, I've quit this game numerous times. It's been like maybe 4 years now, 3 or 4 years. This era is a little bit more difficult because I stopped playing on a late game last time I was playing, so now everything is at a bit of a more difficult level beyond the noob. And I can't remember the actual intricacies in terms of combat. So like each enemy has its own like type of gimmick. What the hell? Oh yeah, you can heal as well. What's the button? Let's see. That's it. I don't know why it's the up button though. Bro, whatever, lock on. Lock on! I know my controller's cooked, but like, this is a bit much, isn't it? Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, bruv. What is going on? Yeah, sure. 1 second. When it restarts. What's your position on the conversation site, Omar? Skills. So, I don't think you can see it on TikTok because half a screen. So you got everything in there, and that combat art is all the basics are there basically. Oh, I forget. The more you die, the worse it gets as well. This game does punish you for dying a lot as well. I don't think you can see it on TikTok, bro. Finger Whistle, Divine Abduction, Mist Raven, Flame Vent, Shinobi Firecracker, Loaded Umbrella, Sabimaru, Loaded Spear, Loaded Axe, Spinning Shuriken, Loaded Shuriken. Man, you know what? I noticed my nose started running more when I started drinking coffee. Maybe there's a connection there. I'm good, bro. I got a hay fever and a cold in collaboration. Bring me down. In collaboration to bring me down. But we move. It's just one of those games you gotta get a feel for again. My ideas are weak as fuck. Alright, so you wanna know what my idea is? It's this. All known gods are psychological constructs and do not exist independently of the mind. If your god requires belief, imagination, or faith to interact with, it is functionally non-existent. It requires that somebody devise a concept of God and impart it to you for you to interact with, or you yourself have to devise a concept of God in order for it to be meaningful to you in any way. Alright, getting cooked. Right, so when I say humans invented God, it's what's called an explanatory claim. I feel it has explanatory success, being that it explains the how and the why, and in some instances the when and the where. So how would you make a case for humans inventing God? It'd be an inductive case, and the evidences that we'd need would be pulled from the study of archaeology, artifacts left behind, anthropology, the study of human history, human cultures and rituals, and cognitive science, the study of the brain, how the brain works, how it functions, why it does what it does. In my hypothesis of humans creating gods, there are three main phases. The first phase is assigning agency to elemental and celestial things. The how is done through what's called hyperactive agency detection device. The second phase of god creation is internal generation of abstract concepts. The why is done for psychological needs to give certainty where there's uncertainty. And the third phase of god creation is anthropomorphism. This is done for societal cohesion, and it also stacks the two previous phases together to start to produce what you would call big G gods. So that's it in very simple terms, but there's lots more to it. If we look at any type of god concept, you will see that it follows that same evolutionary trajectory, but behind every god concept you'll find humans and a human culture uniquely. Historically, there's never been any evidence of gods existing independently of humans. And that being said, since gods are human concepts, no human has ever gone out into the land and discovered a god of another human without interacting with them directly. So, god concepts are devised psychologically and they're transmitted through language or artifacts. The Bible is not historical. The Bible does have some historical facts in it. It's not a history book. Alright, let's just go to the main fight and see how that goes instead. Can't believe getting beaten up by sidemen. It's annoying. It sucks to be like, to come back to a game and just be trash it again. Like, all of the hard work is gone. Fighting two of these at the same time is crazy work as well. But in my defense, this is the harder part of the game. It's after the dragon, so everything goes up. How, bro? I think we'd be better off fighting Demon of Hatred, because that would be easier than this. Look how many of them there are as well. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's what it is. Someone was telling me last time to do this ending so you can, I think you save the prince by doing this ending instead. Let's go back to the base game, man. Just get my ass kicked in this place. Let's see. Oh, man's there. Oh, I don't think you have anything to offer to this conversation, and you're scared. You're scared that your god's completely made up. You have no evidences of it existing. I think that's the reality for UK. Maybe you'd have something to say. Some evidence to present. What's that runs? That's rough. What would be the effect, and how would it, put it this way, how would it defeat any other competing hypothesis? Almost 10 o'clock. Buds are starting to wake up. So why don't you define existence for me, Kay? Why do you think me existing has anything to do with your scriptures?
So, it's finally begun. Ishin-Ashin is gone, and the Central Forces have launched one hell of an invasion. The Ashin are likely finished now. Maybe it's time I wrapped up here, too.
Don't go.
Any more business with me, friend?
Sup? Welcome back to the living. I think I've got any coins on me.
Until next time, friend.
Ah, see, cope, an evasion of the actual question. Right? Of course, everyone is a product of history. So no one has existed independent of things that happened prior to them. Right? But from that point of view, you could say we're just in a messed up deterministic loop, like a chain of events that doesn't link humans existing to your Bible. Humans would have to exist in order to produce your Bible, of course, but it doesn't mean they're a product of your book. I am partly Indian. Talking about it's almost a whole half of my family tree, my genetic family tree anyways. The Bible is not a history book. Ooh, Phantom Kuna, what's that? Prayer beads, that's what we need to do to stack and get some more health. How many have we got currently? It doesn't really say. Well, if I remember correctly, Israel wasn't actually decided as a landmass. It was supposed to be like the spirit of the people in terms of like its nation. Wherever that the tribe of Israel went was Israel, right? But there's different interpretations, right? Israel, that is a landmass now, that is marked out politically, right? That has little to do with religion in the religious context. The land of Israel that we know today, post World War II, right, is literally the product of geopolitics, right? And the moral licensing afforded to the Jewish people after Auschwitz and Holocaust. So the landmass with the flag Israel today has little to do with Israel from a biblical sense. Israel was the tribe, the spirit of the people, like the nation of that people, kind of thing, right? So even from a historical point of view, right, in the Levant there was a tribe of people called the Israelites, the tribe of Judah, and Judaism, and all that kind of weird stuff. There's lots to it. They inhabited a specific region of the Levant prior to what you're talking about today. The country called Israel today is connected to Judaism, but it isn't the same type of Israel spoken about in the Bible. Okay, it's not the same thing. Right? Allegedly the same people, but not the same thing. Okay? No, so like after World War II, the Jews actually had few different choices on the table where they were going to establish the country now known as Israel. Okay, so that has little to do with a God existing or not. And even from a Jewish perspective, like I was talking about, the book I'm reading is Unholy Alliance, Religion and Atrocity in Our Time, written by a Jewish scholar. There's a very interesting guy that I learned about last night called Richard L. Rubenstein, right? And his views on how the Jewish point of view on what God is from a historical point of view contradicts the actual experience of Jewish people globally, universally, right? During Auschwitz, during the Holocaust, up till now. Right? So his argument is essentially that the historical God either has broken its covenant with the Jews, right, or it doesn't exist in that capacity. The argument is very good in terms of putting their backs against the wall, because he himself is a Jewish theologian who is a survivor of the Holocaust, right? So if he's positing that from a historical point of view, what God is allegedly supposed to be and what he's allegedly supposed to have done by the covenant between God and the Jewish people or the tribe of Israel, Auschwitz or the Holocaust shouldn't have been able to happen, no? Because God has a covenant with the Jews, okay? So it's either that's historically inaccurate and a lie, right? Or God doesn't exist in that capacity, okay? Which is a very interesting place to be, coming from a Jewish theologian, right? A very politically active Jewish theologian. So there's that, right? From a biblical point of view, so... Or he could just be brave and take the next step and just say, you know what, God doesn't exist at all. Right, shit. All right. That being said, the Bible is not a history book. It's a religious text for a reason. So how are we gonna get there then? We could go. Well, everything is gone. Man, abandoned dungeons. We could work our way back from there, maybe. Hey, AGs, thank you for the gifts. I saw those. I appreciate that. That's not my argument. That's an argument put forward by a guy called Richard L. Rubenstein, right? That's not my argument at all. But from that same perspective, right? It's the same. It's just it's a more realistic version of the problem of evil. Okay, because in the same way you could argue any atrocity that is allowed to happen can't be happening under the watch of an omnipotent, omnibenevolent, omniscient God. Okay, but from a Jewish perspective, the Jewish people bring forth the idea of the Abrahamic God, right? Which is the foundation of Christians' God, Islam's God. Okay? From their perspective, in their book, the Jews have a very special relationship with God called the covenant, right? So from their perspective, Auschwitz, a Holocaust, a genocide shouldn't be able to happen to the Jewish people since they're in a covenant with God. Right? That's the religious, like, internal critique from a Jewish theologian. So that's what I'm saying, okay? Me personally, I think it's all nonsense anyway, and I think that's just another flashlight exposing the truth of the matter. That it's made up. Okay? The idea of all of that was designed to give the Israelites or the Jewish people an identity and keep alive the historical practices and stories of their ancestors, the Mesopotamians and the Sumerians. There was never any covenant with a God. A God never interacted with humans in any other way than just humans coming up with ideas and speaking on God's behalf, right? None of that ever happened. But the way he states it so clearly and distinctly is that obviously if the historical God existed and he did have a covenant with the Jews, right, that shouldn't have been able to happen to them. Now you could transpose that situation and look at any other atrocity that's happened in human history. If an all-powerful, all-loving God exists, why this? But from a Jewish context who brings forward the Abrahamic gods and the Abrahamic religions, it's even more potent. Right? It's someone critiquing it from inside of it. But hey, you ain't gotta listen to me. Go read the guy's essays for yourself, bro. It's called After Auschwitz. That's your opinion that happens to them due to disobedience, but again, we have to operate quite sensitively when we discuss the more recent Jewish history because of the political connotations of it. But if you was to say the Holocaust, right, was bad, right, but racist slavery was 400 times worse in terms of genocide. Millions and millions of people unalived for centuries. Okay, so if that could happen without anyone batting an eyelid to it, an inconvenient truth, right, then the God that you're talking about doesn't exist in that way. At the minimums, he might exist, but he don't care about humans. Okay, but from a Jewish point of view, when they say God is their special friend that they created, and then he doesn't step in to help them, that makes it 10 times worse from the religious point of view. Okay, Now, how is that reconciled? What is the mental gymnastics that brings God back into the picture from a Jewish point of view? The development of Israel, and say, oh, it was always God's plan for us to go through this so we can. It's called I forget. It's not liberation theology. Liberation theology is what's produced post Civil War, or no, sorry, civil rights, during civil rights. Right, the Jews have a similar version of theology that comes out of their experience in Auschwitz or the Holocaust. Right, I forget what it's called. But yeah, that mental gymnastics of why God didn't help us during the Holocaust is reconciled by other theologians by saying God wanted us to come back to the land of Israel from the diaspora, so he made us go through this, you know, all this kind of mental gymnastic nonsense. In the same way, liberation theology does that for the atrocities and horrors of slavery and black genocide. Okay, but it's ultimately just mental gymnastics to be able to fit in your religious ideas with the reality of living on earth amongst humans. Okay, religious ideals. Now, something gone wrong here. How do we get back to that place? Sheena outskirts. Right, it doesn't let me jump on a tree. We got Kuro's room. I appreciate you, Collie. See, that's the problem. Like, see, what you're saying, Blast, right, is problematic from not only an outsider's point of view, but even inside the Jewish faith, it would be problematic. Okay, to say like, oh, like we can. So to be clear, right, some people like to use the word justify in these contexts. I don't like that. I like it. I prefer to use the word rationalize, right, because it's not justified in any way, right? But to say that there's text that suggests it was always going to be okay for them to be handed over to the enemies for anything to happen to them, whether you transpose the Jewish position with the black position, with the Algerian position, with the Bosnian position, or any group of people who have been like maligned in this kind of way, if you swap out their characteristics, okay, it should never be right to rationalize it's okay for this atrocity to happen to this group of people because of God's will in some religious context. Right? Religion aside, right, the geopolitical realities are happening. The material consequences of what's happening are happening. Okay, with or without religion, humans are doing terrible things to each other. So if you try to bring in religion to help rationalize why those terrible things are happening, in a sense, you are condoning those terrible things happening through a religious lens, right? That's the problem. Why I'm saying that's problematic. You're saying, oh, actually, if it's just God's plan to get you back into Israel or whatever, then, you know, you may as well just Holocaust people because it's all for the greater good. That's what you're saying. You're justifying it in that context. Right, that's why I say it's you're supposed to be sensitive about it, but if you want to be raw and truthful, is this: there is no God. It was always made up. That is why the atrocities are happening in that way anyway. It's like Beechnets. I have heard of the transcendental argument, but different people deliver it in different ways. So if you want to do that, I'll listen or I'll read it.
The secret passage can be found along the moat in the Ashina Reservoir. Not
Bro,
far from the moon's
all your knowledge of God comes from humans too. We be. Just think for a second. Where did? Just think.
Lord Ishin's orders. The smoke should lead the way to Lord Kuro.
Just think. Where did any knowledge that you have of God come from? I don't think your knowledge of God was internally generated. Now you may have like come up with something, like arrived at certain inferences by the pieces that you have, but the pieces you have were ultimately given to you by other humans who had developed their concepts through their cultural context. So there's no like outside world where you're accessing information of God from. The information you have relating to any type of gods comes from other humans, unless you yourself invent it. Hence the caption, humans invented God. Bro, God commands humans to break the commandments himself in your same book. What you talking about, bro? Do you know, right? The basic tenets of the Ten Commandments come from an earlier document called the 42 Laws of Ma'at. Okay? So what they're called is negative confessions. It's to say, I have not done X, I have not done Y. It was broken down to say, I won't do X, I won't do Y. Okay, but the reality of the Ten Commandments is just that it's a societal structure, a prescription, a prescribed laws. But in our reality, right, descriptive ethics wise, the Ten Commandments clearly aren't applying to everybody. Even people who are operating with what's called moral license, like Jews post Holocaust. Right? If you look at what Jews are doing to Palestinians, right, they are doing it under the guise of innocence and the moral license based on what's happened to them historically. But they're clearly breaching the Ten Commandments by what they're doing. If you look at our country and how our country has operated colonially and imperialistically, they're clearly breaching the Ten Commandments, but they purport to be a Christian country with a Christian church. Okay, so there's reality, then there's fantasy. Me personally, yeah, I don't think you should unalive your neighbours, but I also don't think an idea of put no God before me is a good idea to be inside of the Ten Commandments of how we're going to govern society, right? Now, psychologically, yeah, my job is to actually become a totalitarian, authoritarian leader of a society, then yes, put no God before the God that I've prescribed to you, because you're messing up my scheme. But outside of that, how is put no God before me on the same level as thou shalt not kill? It's not, is it? So just think about it. How are we gonna get out? Not sure, bro. I'm not sure. I couldn't tell you all of my family lineage due to slavery and colonialism, bro. So I couldn't even tell you who my great granddad is. Me, oh, maybe one of my siblings could, but me personally, I couldn't. Due to that, due to those same atrocities carried out by Europeans on my people, right? Both in the India part of my family and in the African part of my family. On both sides, okay? That's a material reality that you live with because of the consequences of people's actions in history. So there's that. And that's not in an oh woe is me kind of way. It's just a matter of fact. I just answered the question. I couldn't tell you. That's a consequence of slavery and colonialism. I couldn't tell you who my ancestors are. Only to a certain extent, right? Genetically perhaps. But even then, it's too much to go into. And to me, it's not worth it. It's more about forging the path forward now than dwelling on the past. Now, in terms of the past informing me and what I'm going to do in the future, for sure. Okay. But yeah. Okay, you don't know history, right? The idea of Africans selling Africans into slavery is propaganda. That's propaganda. That's to make you feel morally justified in your atrocities. Who cooked that up? White people from Europe, so they could relieve themselves of the guilt of their actions. Africa is a continent. You could fit most of Europe into it if you actually had a good sized picture of it on a map. If one or two guys in Ireland sold 10,000 people from the mainland Britain into slavery, that does not account for the whole of Europe. Okay? It does not account for 400 plus years of atrocities. If one or two guys sold 10,000 people, that doesn't transpose into millions of lives lost, billions totaling over the full period. Okay? The idea that Africans sold Africans into slavery is racist propaganda to relieve you of your white guilt. Right? But the reality is, You guys did it, not because we're black, because you're white. And that's not a racist thing. That's a fact of history. So please stop with the cap. You haven't read enough about black history or even European history to know what you're talking about. You're just repeating internet propaganda that makes you feel better. But you're actually an idiot. Respectfully. Yeah. Still slavery in Europe. Still slavery in England. Do any significant job and they'll educate you on the Modern Slavery Act. So what are you talking about? Do you know what the etymology of the word slavery is? It comes from the Slavics. Where are the Slavics found geographically, historically? In Europe. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You haven't read enough. You haven't studied enough. You're probably a loser.
The divine air, you are welcome here.
So, there you go.
Farewell, Shinobi. May the harvest... Shinobi of the divine air, you are welcome here.
But anyways, back to the main topic. Humans invented God. All known gods are psychological constructs and do not exist independently of the mind. If you're offended about the things we're talking about, it's because you're out of touch with history. And you're not aware of the role that your ancestors have played and even the people you exist with today play. Alright, if that makes you feel uneasy, good. It's supposed to. But in terms of it being discriminatory, there is no discrimination happening. Yes, the Greek society, like some of the greatest philosophers had to battle with that problem. How did they get to become an advanced civilization within Greek? They had to turn a blind eye to slavery, right? A book, if you read Kwame Nkrumah's Conscientism, a big part of that book is like a social analysis through the lens of philosophy. And a lot of those ancient philosophers from the Greek world had to turn a blind eye to it, even while developing the tenets of what would become what's the word I'm looking for? Democracy. Okay. So even in the Greek world, what laid the foundation for civilization was slavery. During Socrates' time, slavery. During Plato's time, slavery. During Aristotle, slavery. Right? During all of their times, right? Even some of the people who put forward ideas on how society would be run, departing from the sacerdotal oligarchy, it was still slavery amongst Europeans on Europeans. How did England end up how it was? Slavery. Nordics, Germans, Romans, Britons, Celtics, right? Scottish men enslaving each other, right? In the Spains, in Italy, right? In the Eastern Europe, the Bolsheviks, okay? It was the same thing. People exploiting other people for their labor and their resources, right? When it became more than that is when Europeans cooked up the idea or the ideals of racism. A unique and distinct evil in history perpetrated by a unique and distinct group of people. Right? So like we're talking about the horrors of Auschwitz and the Holocaust and how that relates to religious views, the reality of the things that predate Auschwitz and the Holocaust are realities because of a unique and distinct group of people's ideology. Right? Even in the book Unholy Alliance or whatever, right? It is quite clearly demonstrated that prior to the Holocaust, Christians were actually very much persecuting Jews. The same Christians born of Jewish mythology and like religion spent a significant chunk of European history actually persecuting Jews. And from a Jewish lens, the problem of Auschwitz and the Holocaust comes from a Christian demographic. Okay? So it's not like no one is picking on you. They're just pointing out the facts. And if the facts make you feel uncomfortable, it's your problem. You could just read about it, learn more, and then you reduce that anxiety of, oh, is he saying I'm racist? Is he saying I'm the problem? If you educate yourself on it, then you won't feel that way. Okay? No, Jews and blacks are not natural allies. Again, you don't understand history, okay? Like, you don't understand history because even from a post-Holocaust theology, Jewish theology, they still can't reconcile the fact that, oh, look at what's happening to the blacks and the Africans under our run, under our Jewish run, right? Just like, yeah, we get moral licensing to create Israel and do all of these terrible things in the defense of Jews, but we just can't seem to acknowledge the fact of our role in what's happened to Africans all across the diaspora. Africans aren't afforded that moral licensing. They aren't afforded that moral innocence, right? You get dickheads like Kay saying, who sold you into slavery? That's racist propaganda, right? To alleviate you of your history, what you actually done, okay? But again, right? Why are black people treated like that? It's not because we're black. It's because you are what you are. It's nothing we did. Really, from a historical point of view. So, you tell me, bro, why are your people like this? We've been trying to figure it out for ages. So we've gone from trying to educate you to understand you, and it still doesn't work. So you can explain it to me if you know. Fuck if I know. We're not the ones who've done these things. So there you go. But yeah. Telling you, bro. You really don't get it. No, religion isn't nothing more than a cultural invention, bro. It just functions as an organizational tool primarily. That's all it is. Some people might argue religions are the early political parties because of that. Trying to figure out how we can get back to the castle. This way will bring me to Ashina Depths, actually. I don't think we'll get into the castle that way. What's up, Omnist? So why don't you educate me on where I'm wrong on the history? Since I'm pretty sure like African studies are one of your interests. Why don't you educate me on where I'm wrong? In fact, maybe even European history is one of your interests. Why don't you educate me on where I'm wrong historically? Guys are typical, bro. Don't have any facts to offer. Just not true. I don't like that I'm the villain here. Give me an escape hatch. Point to exactly where I said something incorrect historically. I would love to know. It's not like I've spent time reading and listening to various different intelligent people on the matter. What have you done? But shit. Fine, I guess, right? If it hurts your feelings. Nuh-uh, Synthetic says. Then leave. Why are you here then if you feel that way, right? Obviously there's some truth to what I'm saying. But you don't have any rebuttal to the historical context of your racism, right? Or how that plays into your religiosity. So there you are saying, no, what you're saying isn't true. My dad told me. Like, crazy, isn't it? It's funny that. No, I saw a TikTok this morning of a guy saying, right, like, no, give him credit where credit's due. He's talking about the context of being from the Irish lineage and how English colonialism played out in the Irish history, right? His point was, if my granddad stole a car and he dies and I inherit the car, is that immoral? Is that wrong? Right? Then he goes various steps further, right? And I was like bemused, if you will, right? In awe that he failed to see the connection between him and his history beef with Ireland and England and the context of slavery by Europeans on Africans, right? If your granddad stole a car and you inherit it, right? That's probably a problem, right? If your great granddad stole a car and you inherit it, that's probably a problem. But somehow that reasoning just doesn't seem to carry when you start thinking about people who don't look like you, right? What is that? What is that cognitive hang up there? What is that wall there? Right? Yes, I can get it, right? I mean, yes, the English did terrible things to the Irish and the Welsh and the Scottish. But can you not see that same reasoning outside of your worldview? In the same way that Jewish people can't see that same reasoning outside the horrors of Auschwitz or the Holocaust, right? What is that? It's cognitive dissonance. Do you know what I'm saying? But hey, you could cry more if you want. I do enjoy a good saturation of tears, especially on religious cloths. I'm joking. But anyways, right? My job isn't here to point out the immorality of the things you've done, right? We're talking about the context of what gods are, how they're created, how that plays out religiously, and then the effect that has on history. The immorality of the actions of your ancestors speak for themselves. The immorality of your own actions in the chat and as your characters speak for themselves. So there's no need to critique that. They're self-critiquing to anyone that can see. But the point is, humans invented God. That's where all of this is springing off from in the first place. Okay. If you don't want to address that, then you just have to deal with the historical beating that you're getting. It's up to you. Or maybe you can like divert some racist rhetoric that help you feel better about your low station in life. But maybe you want to talk about the main topic. Well, yeah, like religions were never devised for black people in the first place. Serious, they never were. Okay, black people end up entwined or entangled with religion due to imperialism and colonialism. Anyone outside of, right, to be clear, right, I've stated this before, when you think about what a religion only really applies to Christianity, Judaism and Islam. Outside of the context of the Abrahamic faiths, what you have is cultural indigenous practices, not systems that are devised on evangelism to go out and establish colonies, settler colonies, and convert people into your kingdom. The only things that are devised in that way are Abrahamic faiths. Right? So they are religions. From that context, when Judaism, Islam, and Christianity were devised, there were black people amongst the Romans, the Jews, and even the Arabs. But it wasn't devised in their geopolitical context or their geographical context. Right? Africans had African traditional spirituality, like Asians had traditional spirituality, like Europeans had traditional spirituality. Okay, so the fact of how black people end up entwined in these actual religious institutions comes about because of imperialism and colonialism. Nothing else, not from sound reasoning and dialogue. Right? It's the historical context of what these religions have put forth. Where you are today as an individual under the influence of this institution is innocent on your behalf, right? But as a whole, the overarching story, in the same way, when during Christendom, the first English or the Celts and the Britons were converted to Christianity, is through the people above them, the aristocracy, the monarchy, the lords of the land, etc. Okay, they created specific types of Bibles, and let's put it this way, they told very hand-picked versions of the Bible to those peasants in Europe during Christendom. It wasn't legal to have an English Bible. People were killed for converting the Bible from Latin to English for a good period of history. So those peasants had religious communicators who made it okay for them to stay under the system of feudalism, from slavery to feudalism to capitalism, right? Who was there walking that part of history through? Theocracy, monarchy, aristocracy. They helped that happen. They perpetuated that. They still prescribe that. All right. So when you think about the context of how the first English people end up, we won't call them English, right? Because they become English under the unification of that king. So they would have been Britons, Celts, Irishmen, Scottishmen, Scandinavians, Romans, Germans, right? just inhabiting the land, having their own skirmishes through feudalism. How they become Christians is under Christendom, expansion of Roman Empire. Same way how blacks in the Americas under the doctrine of discovery become entwined with Christianity, right? That's how it happens. That's the historical context of how you, as a non-Jewish person, a non-inhabitant of the Levant, become part of an Abrahamic faith. Whether you're in the Arab world, the European world, or the African world, you end up in those religions by expansion of empire. That's what it is. Okay. Shit. The religion again has very little to do with the existence of gods anyway, right? So there's that. I'm trying to think how we're gonna get back to the main place. Let's try to. So yeah, like slavery, it is immoral, right? But in the same, put in its correct context, right? It's not actually a racial thing. When it becomes a racial thing is by the specific actions of Europeans deciding to create a racial hierarchy for capitalistic benefits or capitalism, essentially. You produce racial sciences, you produce types of philosophy and theology, workings of theology that rationalize picking this specific group of people to attack, to subjugate, to extract resources, right, and labor. You couldn't, like, for the first, like I was laughing about last night, the fact that slaughterhouses and that the meat industry is like a backbone of our civilization, the same way slavery is a backbone of a civilization, right? From the Greek civilization to the Sumerian to the Egyptian to the European, round and round, Indus Valley, China, it was always a part of it, right? Extracting labor and resources of people. Where it becomes uniquely sociopathic or psychopathic is when this specific group of people decide to do what they did. One of the tools that justified that rationalized that correctly, was Christianity, was Judaism, was Islam. From an Arab world point of view, from a Levant world point of view, from a European point of view. Okay. That's what is done. Never has there been an ideology or a spiritual movement in the Africas that have rationalized those kinds of things, even throughout the expansion of the various dynasties in Egypt. It was about enlightening the world, passing on information and knowledge, and then eventually riches by virtue of that. Never has there been an African ideology put forward into the world so dangerous. Okay. But that's just a part of the game, how it's played out, right? Never know what might come up in the future, but currently that's just what it is historically. How do I get out of here? I know. The only way out of life? Yeah. Right. As atrocious as slavery is like, I wouldn't say it's the tip of the iceberg, right? But it's not the worst of it. Okay, it's terrible. The condition, like, anyway, like what I'm saying is wrong in terms of me like reducing the severity of slavery, right? But the slavery isn't the primary issue, right? Slavery is like not an extension, but it's a byproduct of the ideology, right? In the same way, feudalism is a byproduct of the ideology, capitalism byproduct of the ideology. Now, I'm not a socialist. I'm not a communist. I'm just telling you what is there to be known, what is there to be seen, and how it traces back. That's all I'm saying. Thanks for that gift, Lust. I appreciate that. But yeah, to me, even putting it like that reduces the severity of it. But yeah, from a Jewish perspective, it was them versus Christians that landed them in where they got into, right? So that's where this all come from in the first place. That's true, Max, right? But if you think, like, again, right, it goes from, for instance, our society hasn't moved beyond slavery. We've rebranded slavery into labor, i.e., jobs. We trade time for money. Right? Money is fiat currency. The only resources is your actual labor and the transformation of the earth that your labor carries out. The fiat currency is a promissory note to say you do X and you'll get Y, or you can take Y and buy something from X. You know, that's the reality of it. What was slavery? Slavery was just removing the fiat currency and saying your labor will transform the earth and I will extract like benefit from the transformation of the earth. Whether you're sharecropping, building buildings, creating roads and trains, right? You're helping speed up the industrialization of a country. That's literally all it is. You just remove the fiat currency and then you introduce other measures to make sure people don't leave, right? Like a gulag kind of system, you know, like a work camp. What is at the base of it is work. Now, an individual having an innate drive to transform the earth, to create a garden or to like produce a crop, right? That's different, right? Because that's not talking about surplus. Surplus is created by that extra resource of your body, your labor. And that surplus is what creates what's called profit. That's the point of slavery. But what lays the foundation to rationalize enslaving people, doing atrocious things to them, are things like religions, things like political ideologies. Right? They lay the foundation for that exploitation. But slavery as a system is still a backbone of our society. We just call it work now. It's the only difference. Right? Say, hey, you have rights, air quotation, but if I decide that your rights don't matter, I just replace you with another slave who needs my resources or needs access to some resources. In fact, I can turn your very living conditions into a business itself. And now I sell you the right to have a place to stay, you know, and I buy up all of the places to stay. And now I'll sell you a right to have a place to stay at a premium. So in order to get that premium to stay in a place, you must now work. Right? So it didn't leave, it just got rebranded. Now you as an individual, you can go out into the world and struggle along your way and carve your own path, maybe invent something, create a service or a product that minimizes exploitation. But how your individual efforts to society play into the whole scheme is still a part of the same business, right? No one can buy your services or your product unless they produce some fiat currency, and the biggest way that the population produces fiat currency is by trading their time, which is labor. Yeah, it's just what it is. Actually, belief in an afterlife is convenient for a tyrant. It's not the opposite. Okay, if you didn't think there was an afterlife, you'd take the current life very flipping seriously. But if you thought there's a chance of getting some escape, you know, like Nietzsche's critique on slave and master morality, inversion of values, that's what you're pointing to. Okay, so if you take these things that would make you strong in the past, standing up and fighting for what's right, and turn it into a bad thing, that you're defying God's greater plan. You know, God wants the Jews to suffer in Auschwitz so he can get them to Israel. Then you create a clear canvas for tyrants and all kinds of people to do crazy things, because you're like, it's okay, it's justified, we'll get our benefit in the afterlife, right? That's what you're doing. But hence, so say they didn't think there was an afterlife, they didn't think there was some theological justification, it'd be a lot harder for the tyrant to operate in that capacity, both by the people he's sending to do the atrocities and the people suffering the atrocities. The people carrying out Nazism were also religious, also had values, also had beliefs. The people under the occupation of the Nazis, also religious, also had values, also had beliefs. Both were humans, both operating from different ideologies. Okay? What's up now? I mean, in a way, yeah, it is. That's true. Only problem is I suck at parrying. So let's actually go to the right places that I'm supposed to go to. What I want to do is get back to Ashina Castle, but I can't remember how I'm going to do that. I think we have to do it from the depths. Thanks for like. Yeah, I don't think the traditional Jewish view was of this kind of heaven and hell setup. From what I know, that is actually, I think that's something that's added more recent history. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. What reason would I have to think we're all gods having an experience? Seems kind of seemed a bit too neat. No, you're thinking about a tyrant on an individual level, right? Tyrants don't exist in vacuums. Right? An individual does not have that kind of moving power. It's the people who are underneath him who carry out his orders. It's what's called the evil of bureaucracy. So middle management and shit like that. Like I'm like think about people like Heinrich Himmler and stuff like that, all right? And various other names in between the chain of Hitler, the big bad tyrant, and then the final like subject of his tyrannism or whatever, right? There's tyranny, sorry, okay? There's a big chain of things happening between your main character tyrant and the people he's hurting. Between main character tyrant and end person hurt, there are hundreds of people in that chain carrying out the ideology and actions for the tyrant. The individual tyrant, it doesn't matter whether he thinks there's an afterlife or there is an after, or it doesn't matter what he thinks, okay? It really makes no difference, right? Whether he'll be like, again, this idea that you think, okay, Hitler will be judged in the afterlife, that comes from an inversion of values. The weak and the meek have no power to carry out justice whilst living. So they hope and they pray that there will be justice in the afterlife. That's the inversion of values. Right? Whereas the strong say, no, I want my justice now. If I can't get it now, I'm going to set a plan in motion to where it's obtained later. Right? That is the reality that we live in. We're not really in a civilization. We're in a truce. I won't hurt you, you won't hurt me. But the minute you violate that truce, we go to war. That's where we really exist in. Okay? You thinking that, oh, there'll be comeuppance in the afterlife is part of that same religious indoctrination that keeps you enslaved morality. The inversion of values. Instead of seeking what is yours, give me what is mine. Right? You say, actually, the Lord will make it a way. So maybe I'll get mine. Maybe I won't. I won't know though, right? Or like the granddad with the stolen car. Right? The person he stole the car off didn't get theirs during their lifetime, and neither are their grandkids because he's passed the stolen car down to his grandkids. Okay, whereas if the people he stole the car from said, nah, fuck that, we're going to take the car back, then justice would have been served, right? On earth during lifetimes. But since you think it will be served in another place, you get to rationalize all of the suffering now instead of getting justice. Right? That's weak from my point of view, but it's not unreasonable. Right? Not everyone is afforded the capability. Like, think about a civil armed struggle against a military or a militia. The average citizen is not armed. Right? So in terms of actual willpower and strength, there's only so much. That's why you develop what's called asymmetrical warfare, guerrilla tactics, so you can fight a group of people that are heavily armed. But the reality is not every farmer is going to take up their bloody rake and start fighting a guy with an M16. Right? But if history calls for it, it will happen, and we've seen that. Okay? But yes, not everyone is afforded the strength to say, give me my justice now. That's a reality. But for some of those people not afforded the strength, they reconcile that through religiosity. But what does that do? That puts the generations that come after them in danger. But it's up to you. I'm not telling you what to think, but I'm just saying, consider what you're actually saying. How do we get back? Damn it. Do you say Marleyist? Is that a Attack on Titan's reference? So like Civil War isn't really like I forget the guy's name, right? So there was a period of history where this dude marched a bunch of people down into the into London from outside of London. And anyways, right, I forget this guy's name. Maybe it was John something. But what you're thinking of as like a civil war isn't the same kind of thing, if that makes sense. A civil war takes place within the context of one country and what's happening in that country anyways. It's really just two opposing forces fighting for power. What you're really thinking about in terms of that is, I know it's kind of rough to say, but what you're thinking about is revolution, which is to usurp the whole system in its entirety and start anew. That's not a civil war. That's a revolution. A civil war is two opposing people within the same system fighting to control the said system. That's what we might describe as politics. But revolution is to usurp the whole system as it is and do something new. But that's different. Okay, and that doesn't come along in history very often. What's up, Devina? Yeah, I mean Devin. Sorry, I haven't finished the email. Sorry to keep calling you Davina. It's the way you wrote it. It's the way your name's written. I can't even remember how to get back to where I want to go. Just yapping. The yap's probably more important for you than the game. Bro. Yeah. Where did we actually finish, right? So I think the last thing we did was fight the dragon. The dragon should have teleported us to somewhere. I think the room. Oh shit, avoiding cave floor. We can't get back to. Free me by village in forest Ashina depth. That's where I am right now. I'll go there. Can't get back from that way. Might be able to get back that way. No, at least the same door. What do you mean? I don't get what you mean, Philip. The main disconnect between believing and not believing. What do you mean? No, just learn stuff on the way, bro. Again, it's never at any point am I operating as if I'm an authority on anything. Just a guy on the internet, and I like to try to keep that in context. I mean, in some ways, Toka's right. It really just depends how it plays out. It really does depend how it plays out. Hey. Oh, don't need Snapseed for that. Right. Guess not. Maybe we're going the right direction. I'd say. I mean, there's lots of reasons why people may not be like. You got to think, like I said earlier on, how do you find yourself in the position of being a believer in the first place? It's from external information, so your cultural context makes all the difference. If you've not been exposed to new information, or you've not examined your pre-held like notions and stuff like that, then yeah, you won't arrive there. But I reckon at some point in time in history, someone will point something out to you, and you will either be able to choose to embrace it and look further, or ignore it. And that's the fork in the road most people are either due to arrive at, or have arrived at already. That would probably be the only difference between a believer and a non-believer. One is aware of information and using it, and the other isn't. What do you mean? Alright, so if I think about my own cultural context, how I was growing up believing that there's a God, right? What is the context of that? The religiosity passed down from the grandparents to the parents. The parents, right, so we think about just like 2 or 3 generations. We're talking about civil rights era, then prior to that, chattel slavery. Okay, so great grandmother, chattel slavery, her mother, actual slave. Okay. How that's passed to me contextually is that same slave morality to justify the suffering. Why are they Christians culturally? How does that leak down into a remix version of Christianity through something like Rastafarianism? It's people trying to rationalize their situation through a physiological lens, but that theology is imparted to them primarily through imperialism and colonialism. So the context of my life, the first part of my life, starting out as a believer, is based on all of that that history. Okay, then what my parents impart to me about how the world works, that there's a God and there's all these ideas. Okay, so the context of me being a believer at a certain period of time was based on all of that, other people's influence, other people's information. The context of arriving at the conclusion that humans created gods is by interacting with other people further and my own research, right? Drawing my own conclusions. But the idea of believing is something that's imparted to you in the first place, right? To be an atheist, you don't actually have to have knowledge about God. If I existed in like some kind of Mowgli, Tarzan fashion, I'd be an atheist, right? Or I would create my own gods, forest gods or jungle gods. Yeah. But since I didn't exist in some vacuum, I would be the product of my cultural leanings, right? Which would be Christianity. I mean, Ryan, he could be whatever you want him to be in that context. Maybe God's just a group of people running an experiment, and if that's the case. I don't know if a one entity could run a simulation on this level alone. I think in terms of society, marriage is important in terms of institutionally, right? What it represents on paper, establishing lineage and ownership. But in relation, marriage isn't even a consideration. Two people have been getting together since humans were on the planet. But in the cultural context of like Western Europe, marriage is still an important institution, and there are legal ramifications and benefits of marriage. That's why it still kind of exists even to non-religious people. But yeah, like you can have a view of like a ceremonial joining of families outside of a Christian view. Many cultures have it. So I'm not quite sure what you mean. The fact that you think Satan is a thing is you under the confusion of another set of humans. Just examine the idea. Where does the idea come from? Why would it be devised? How does it benefit you? Just start there. I'm not telling you what to think. But just try at least. What might be the opposition's point of view here? Why would someone cook up this idea? Right, come from this direction, I think. Guys are crazy, man. You've got so many woo-woo ideas spinning around in your head. Nothing practical or useful. No, marriage isn't necessary, but at the same time, right, so if you think about the history of something like a dowry, right, marriage has also been very filled with oppression, shall we say, right? Both on men and women. Right? It's the time of history where the idea of religious marriage was conceptualized, women didn't have rights like that. Then if you think about it from a patriarchal standpoint, even the sons of men didn't really have a choice like that. They're following the script already laid out for them. So although marriage from a like political or a legal point of view can have benefits, it can also be very detrimental societally, depending on how it's formed. Like the individuals who decide, you know what, I like this person, I like that person, that's outside of religion. But in some cultures and societies, religion even plays a part in the matchmaking process. Like who is and who isn't allowed to be together. So there's that. My point of view, Blake, is the universe comes about from naturalistic means, whether you subscribe to singularity Big Bang or ekpyrotic Big Bang or no Big Bang at all. That's my point of view. There's no evidence that there's a mind behind it. Speak to that guy already. Yes. I've heard that mentioned as well, by what do you mean by that though? Ah yeah, I knew it. It's just bringing us back where we were.
Dare to purchase an offering? May the departed rest in peace.
I mean, my point of view is I don't know for certain, no? But I don't go around making claims about how the universe came about, especially not in like circular reasoning, question begging ways. So, this, what I would say is this: if I had to choose between a creationist myth and a current explanatory power of various fields of science, I'm taking the various fields of science that contribute to a picture of how the universe comes about. That's what I would say. It's up to you what you want to do. Yeah, so yap, there's no reason to think that's true. It's just your opinion. It's just your opinion. There's no reason to think your personal opinions have any bearing on the way reality actually functions. Alright, so why don't you describe to me what mind is then, Liam? If you think the all is mind, describe to me what you think mind is. Nope. I never said God doesn't exist. I said humans invented God. It's not an opinion. It's a fact. It's provable, supportable, empirically, rationally. So, it's not an opinion. It's definitely not a belief. Or at least in a religious context. Alright, yeah, so that's been burnt off. It's definitely a piece that I'm missing. Important places. That's where we were. What is spirituality to you? Spirituality to me is one of those ill-defined things that no one really knows what it is, but they just say it. What is spirituality? What do you mean by it when you say it? Alright. Do other things affect your mind, Liam? Can external things affect your mind, Liam?
Lord Kuro escaped the
If so, can you really say your mind controls reality? If external things can affect how your mind functions, what it thinks, what it does? Or external things which are found in reality controlling your mind? Sorry for eating on the mic. Oh. Oh, I forgot to get some more. Of course, gods and demons are all fake. That sounds very nice, Liam, right? There's such a thing called psychophysical identity theory. That means your mind is identical to your brain. And if your brain is biomass, like biochemical, organic material, then it's affected by external stimuli like chemicals and things like that that react in your body. So that will develop what you can and can't think, what you can and can't do with your mind neurologically. So is your mind really controlling things, or is your mind just a product of its physical environment? But it's definitely I say, it'll make you feel better to think that you're in control, for sure. It'll help you reconcile some of your reality. But in terms of what you actually are genetically, anatomy wise, that's completely out of your control. That's why the things happen to people that happen. You. Damn it. Oh shit. Didn't mean to do that. That's one way to get there. Old man's still here.
You're part of the reinforcement force, right?
What's up, bro?
Please hurry.
What's up, Matthew?
I'm in bad shape.
Prove your unicorn to be fake. I can't.
Street forces. They've taken up the Serpent Valley. Raised a bridge. Please. Save Ashes.
Exactly, Alan. Exactly. But yeah, don't get me wrong. Look, I personally think humans are inherently contradictory in the types of thoughts we can hold, hypocritical in so many different ways. But I also think specific systems work how they're supposed to work. So for instance, rules apply to certain systems. So when you're thinking about a problem and you're using the rules of one system to solve it, that's fine. But sometimes you can introduce the ideas and the rules of a different system to approach the problem differently. Now, that may be contradictory to each other, but sometimes it offers unique and creative solutions that you didn't really think about. So like, for instance, an idea or philosophy like determinism can be held, but sometimes you depart from deterministic kind of values in order to fix it or to address a specific problem that wouldn't be able to be fixed under determinism, if that makes sense. But yeah, it's cool. I say that to say, right, sometimes it's fine to think, you know, I have some kind of control over this reality, or at least myself, because it helps you reconcile and perform with various different pressures of existing. But when you depart from that like personal my existence point of view and you start looking at it from a bigger picture, it's actually, no, I don't have control over this. And when you realise that, you could be like, oh, I'm just going to approach this stoically, be like, okay, if I have no control over it, I don't need to worry. You could be very anxious and say, oh, if I don't have no control, then I should be worried about everything all the time. So there's those kinds of different, not necessarily contradictory views, but just different ways of looking at things. Poor children shouldn't have to be made to make choices to follow imagined characters that adults believe in. No child should be forced to make a choice to believe in a God or Jesus. It's ridiculous. Yeah, legit. That's what I'm trying to say in a nutshell, right? Control is ultimately an illusion. Sometimes you put aside your realization of that in order to feel better about your situation. For instance, like there's a view called compatibilism. So within determinism, meaning like you're in like a chain, a causal chain that you have no control over, you still get to make choices, right? But you just don't get full-on free will. So you're kind of rationalizing the two things. I can make choices, but ultimately it's not me who's running this causal chain, and I can't really stop it. Do you know? I'm back, bitches. Not for long. Can't even lock on. Ah, what am I supposed to do with that, bro? I'm literally against the wall. No, my parents didn't make me do that. I responded to a comment someone else said. Someone said, even a child can choose to follow Jesus. I'm saying a child shouldn't be made forced to make a silly choice like that at any point. No, you may not, sir. What's up, edit? Jail mob. Oh no, yeah. So this game does punish you for losing. It kills everybody around you. See? It's an interesting take. Karma. Hey, I was gonna talk to you. Oh, nope. But if I kill him, will I be able to get that little dialogue? Probably not. What does being on altars mean? What does that mean? Oh, I didn't reset it. Forget. There's a reset. No one explains your supernatural experience because it's your experience, right? If a guy just came to the chat now and says last night he was abducted by aliens or an angel came and spoke to him, there'd be no way for us to intersubjectively verify his experience. But what we could do is set about a scientific process to experiment, hypothesize around his claim. Right? We'd try to recreate the conditions necessary to experience what he experienced. We'd ask the who, what, the where, whens, and whys. Right? And if we couldn't experience what he claimed, then all we'd have to do is believe what he says based on his word. Me personally, I don't take humans' words for anything these days. So it's not my job to explain your experience. It's your job to make yourself not seem crazy by telling me about it. That's the reality. Because again, as asked many times, how would you differentiate between your supernatural experience and a break from reality psychotically? What tools are you using to differentiate the two things? I mean, in the context of what we're talking about, Captain, when we're talking about someone's personal private experience, I don't take their word as their experience informs me on our shared reality. Just something they're reporting to me. They could be lying. They could have other motivated reasons to say what they're saying. So on face value, no, I don't take your word for it. Yeah, what is spirituality? I don't think you've failed to define it yet. Because none of you actually know what you're talking about. Just talking rubbish. Yeah, chat. You've got spirituality. Which one? Which type? What the fuck are you talking about? So what makes you think anyone's mocking God? What makes you think God has such an immature, egotistic psychology such as your own that he could feel offended? So maybe you're just projecting your own insecurity through a god, which is a made-up sock puppet. Saying, stop exposing my stupidity. I can't. You're doing it by yourself. Cute. So why don't you explain to me what Holy Spirit is, bro? Yep, don't care about your context. Explain to me what a supernatural or Holy Spirit is. Says you. I reckon there's higher level Satanists than your faves. Reckon there's elites to your elites by that standard. But since you're in the know, you know, you grew up in a Satanist family with Masonic temples and all this nonsense. Explain to me what the Holy Spirit is, bro. Stop dilly-dallying. Do not defer. Explain it. So you saying that you, actually I'm talking to the wrong person, but yeah. Come on, bro. We're spitting heat. Oh, lock in, bro. Damn. Ah, it took too long. Damn it, don't waste this. Ugh. Hey, bro. No, so I haven't actually used any ninjutsu yet. Who's speaking? He's right, I am a shinobi, but I'm not represented. So notice how this guy hasn't explained what the Holy Spirit is. He's full of it. The idea of fine-tuning is nonsense in the first place, right? It's an anthropocentric point of view. So no one needs to explain something like that. It's literally your opinion on how the universe functions. It's not even a fact. It's also a circular reasoning, question begging type of thing to say. What did he ask me? Well, don't worry, bro. Who created maths? What are you talking about? I don't know the actual individual who created the maths we use today, but I know humans created every type of maths that have come about. Even the archaic versions. So, I'm not quite sure, but I'm pretty sure maybe a Google might get you there. Oh, you're talking to me? Well, Capitan, the person I was asking specifically about what the Holy Spirit is not you. Right? But even your answer was pretty shitty. You said he's the third person in a Holy Trinity. Right? So you're saying the Holy Spirit is a person. Right? Your answer was shit as well, to be fair. So you should fall back. No, it's not. Maths is an invented language. It's a language devised by humans to describe our physical material reality. And the higher you go in mathematics, the more abstract it is. Meaning it isn't found, it's devised. Oh, I stole his kill. He's pissed. Hey, man. Oh, stagger. Woo! Oh, wow. So what, you can't block his attacks? That is insane. Don't get gas, bro. I may not be able to block, but I can spam too. Maybe not. I did get gassed. Alright, explain it to me. How exactly is maths discovered, alright? When you use the word maths, what are you referencing? Toko's that answer is shit as well. Answer was absolutely shit. Right. So even from a Christian perspective, the Holy Spirit is essentially what apparently impregnated Mary on behalf of God from one perspective. Right? So your answer would be wrong as well, even in your own framework. But yeah, what is the Holy Spirit? But hey. Ooh, they done the double unblockable. I gotta change my special move. It's too slow. Ah, so it's just made up then. It's just a tool. A tool to help fill in the gaps. Sure. Alright. Oh, do you know what? He may actually be a mini boss. That's why he was swinging so heavy. You can't assassinate him. What? How did he get me before I got him? Nonsense. Oh, that was a circle dodge. Good, bruv. How are you? Bro, they literally just make it up as they go. Like, none of them have a succinct, consistent view of what it is. They make it up as they go. It's like a... So we would say it's a literary device. It's literally just something, like a gap filler. It's nonsense. A consistent, coherent view, even. But then again, most of them don't even have a consistent view on what their god is, even though they're in the same religion. Which points more to the fact of what's being said here. Humans invented God. It's completely an abstract concept. So yeah, it would show up different in your mind to his mind, her mind. Oh, he's gonna do something, and I'm hooked. Yikes! Bro, the camera is the enemy. Literally. No. What you should do is try to get people to know as much true things as possible instead of trying to convince them to believe in random shit that doesn't benefit them in a practical way. At least if you provide them with a substantial knowledge base, they can go out into the world and affect real change, or at least do for themselves. What you're advocating for is nonsense. It's actually the downfall of critical thinking and ultimately men. That's just my opinion. Right, so how are we going to get out of it? Why is that then? That bridge leads to nowhere. I'm not getting points though. Are you not a man as well? So do you remove yourself from the picture when you make statements like that? Crazy. Maybe that'll do. Hooray. What's up, Bino? I mean, yeah, maybe in more recent history it would be drunk spite of nonsense. I mean, in terms of like prophecies and apocalyptic views on the world ending, yeah. Like the actual invention of God was done very, like initially it was done by our ancestors in a very innocent way. It was literally them failing to understand the natural world and then deifying those elements or celestial bodies. Later it gets a bit more advanced with abstraction. But at the point where it reaches institutions, which we now call religions, then yeah, it is a lot of various layers of nonsense. But it's just, it just reflects human nature and so it's expected. What's up, Liam? I mean, that's one perspective on the miracle. I think like the standard definition of a miracle is something that breaks natural laws but with divine intervention. Ironically, by that definition, miracles can't actually happen. But then again, that's like a standardized version of a miracle. There are people walking around who think breathing is a miracle. There are people who walk around who think like childbirth is a miracle. There are people who walk around thinking, you know, X managed to do Y, therefore that's a miracle. So there are so many inconsistent views on what miracles are. Yeah, you might think it's just magic. Chomped. What I should be doing actually is mining the purple guys in the by the windmill. By the mill. What's up, Philip? I mean, it's fun. No one wants to exist in an echo chamber, so if you spend your time arguing with people, well, not even arguing, in a conversation with people with opposing views, you can either change your views or you can strengthen them. So from that point of view, there's a benefit. But in terms of sharing information, there's a massive benefit, because at a certain level of knowledge or information, if you will, all knowledge intersects. So if we take one field and we try to go to the highest that we can go in it, at certain points in that field, we will intersect with other fields. Like the discussion of theology intersects with philosophy and psychology and other sciences. So there's stuff to learn, there's entertainment. You say it's psychologically enriching in some way. Now, yeah, interacting with a lot of brain rot commenters can be a bit taxing. It's part and parcel, isn't it? Internet's got all kinds of people on it. But in between the brain rotters, there are some very deep thinking, interesting people. So they make it work. So what kind of evidence would you need for abiogenesis, bro? And then we compare that evidential standard of evidence with creationist myth. And then we'll see if it's consistent. Nah, I've not seen the Elden Ring records. That's got to be a glitch, bro. I've seen some crazy speedrun tactics done, but that's got to be a glitch. I've already told you, I think the idea of fine-tuning is an anthropocentric view. It's not a fact, it's an opinion. You live in a life-permitting universe, therefore you make your assumptions based on that. But there's also something called the problem of causation, meaning you wouldn't be able to know what something would be otherwise if it was other than what it currently is. So to make those kinds of assumptions is silly. That's a different conversation altogether. But yeah, I don't think fine-tuning is a thing, because it's literally just a human opinion. It's not a fact. Humans invented God. Me and you can invent a God right now. Who invented Yahweh? Who becomes the God of the Bible? Israelites. Who invented Thor? The Scandinavians. Who invented Zeus? The Greeks. Who invented Brigid? The Britons or the Celtics. Who invented Quetzalcoatl? The Mesoamericans. It's not that deep. Who invented Ra, Tum, Padar? The Egyptians. Ah, mate. Exactly. Atheism doesn't inform you on anything other than a disbelief in God or gods. It doesn't tell you about abiogenesis, doesn't tell you about creation stories, doesn't tell you anything. It's a conclusion that you disagree with the proposition that there is a God. That's it. That's all it is. It doesn't give you your political leanings, your ideological leanings. Now, it might inform some things in terms of the decisions you go on to make, but it doesn't come with a pre-packaged identity like a religious belief. I wouldn't say that's what a traditional God is, right? A traditional God has like singular characteristics, like elemental gods, right? What you would call minor deities. They are traditional gods. So creator gods are more like abstract gods. Being that creation is an internally generated concept. It's not something that's discovered outside of you. Creation is a concept that humans express. And then when we create gods, we give gods those capabilities, which is anthropomorphizing. What's up, bro? Just trying to play the game. Been on the stream actually longer than I'm supposed to be, but I'm here now, so I figured I'll just stay. But better cancel other plans by the looks of it. I'll get into the next level. Alright, what we're going to do though is reboot TikTok, because we've got a bit of a dead end algorithm here. People just yapping about nothing. What, 3 hours? Oh. Get another coffee, we'll set this thing off. Right, YouTubians, it's just me and you for now. Get this coffee. I think it's an element of the explanation of how the universe works, or at least life on Earth. Damn, Nico, that's rough. At least you know. Could have not found out. That'd be rough. I should Google what atheism is. Me. Atheism, by definition, is the disbelief in God or gods. That's it. Right? Now, you can take a hard stance on atheism that says there is no God. You can take a soft stance on atheism that says I don't believe in the gods I'm presented, but there could be other gods. But there could be gods, put it that way. That's by definition. Sorry, got to get a bit crisp in the mic. What do you mean by conscious? Oh, pushing me up. Damn it, man. This block noses annoy me. Yeah. Well, what does my ability to have awareness have to do with other entities? I wouldn't know, to be fair, Zach. I don't know. My imaginary friend's imaginary enemy is onto you, bro. He's the cause of your disbelief. Wait till you meet Plank. Plank's just gonna stare into your soul. Yeah, I'm reading the YouTube chats, but there are two different ones happening. Just rewind it. I said, what does my consciousness have to do, my ability to be aware, have to do with any other entities existing? What does it have to do with it? So the mere fact that I am conscious, according to you, how does that lead me to think that there are such things as gods? Surely, that wouldn't get me there, would it? Gotta grab some water. This is the finest water that all of Mordor has to offer. I myself snagged it from the pits of the orcs. Amongst the carcasses of the spiders' remains. Yes, me. Clutching victory from the jaws of defeat. So that thee could quench thy thirst on this day. Remember me, men. I shall be the last of your kind. to succeed. Anyways, what is everything coming into existence, and what is existence by your definition? Not being a sophist, but literally, what do you mean? Peer review. Oh no, not peer reviews. Boo hoo. Those damn peer reviews, and they're pesky. I was gonna say something silly, but just forget it. Damn scientific thoroughness. How dare they actually get other people to check their work? So unbiblical of them. Why can't they just trust God's word? Alright, anyways. Yeah, but I mean, what does that really mean in a modern context? You're telling me ancient people say that the world started in a dream world. What does that mean in a modern context? Take care, bro. To be fair, we can't, on a human scale, say we know what consciousness really is. So, any ideas that surround it, unless they're really supported with hard evidence, are just that ideas. Or just the mere fact that I seem to be some organic being with awareness doesn't automatically mean that there must be some super entity that is not organic, also has awareness. That doesn't get me to that. So if you're discussing possibilities, there are no number of there are almost infinite amount of things that are possible, even without being all philosophical and modal about it. Just like it just being a general conversation. Are crazy, strange things possible? Yes, but are they probable given everything we know about reality currently? No. So, just from that very simple, straightforward point of view, there's no reason to operate as if they're matter of fact when we can just consider them as possibilities. Flavio, I think emming someone is bad by definition, because I think emming someone is unlawful, unalivened. Right? So if it's an unlawful, unalivened by the societal standards, it would be bad. But if you're asking, do I think unalivened in general is a bad thing? Not necessarily. I think I would evoke cultural relativism there. It depends on the context of the action. But yeah, as like an individual, yes, I do think life has value, and it's in the same way I wouldn't want to lose my life, I wouldn't want to see someone else lose their life. But context really does matter. Stop throwing stuff. That was annoying, isn't he? Ah, I just healed as well. I don't believe in evolution. I think evolution seems to be a fact. So it's not something I really have to believe in a religious context. There's evidence for it. Tell me I got him. I think veganism seems to come from a good place, right, ideologically, but maybe how veganism plays out in society may not be the most practical thing, right? Because even through means of producing air quotation, sustainable vegan alternatives, there's still a lot of exploitation and suffering through that process. And then from a health standpoint as well, unless you're going like purely organic things that come from the ground, it's very difficult to have crops year round from a natural perspective. So that surplus has got to go somewhere, come from somewhere. And the second thing is how veganism actually plays out in modern contexts is that it's a highly processed natural source. So that doesn't necessarily give you the same health benefits. But as an overarching point of view, as an ideology, it does appear to be good on the surface to reduce the suffering of animals and stuff like that. Or being, what's called... I was going to say... Of being ecologically conscious. It seems like it's a good thing on the surface, but it's just how it plays out. Me personally, I be eating some meat. When I grew up, my dad was into like veganism / pescatarianism and all that kind of stuff. So there were strict dietary rules in the house. But the minute it was okay to eat outside things, like get snuck a bit of chicken here, have a bit of something at school, I was gone. I'm like, yep, I'm just gonna eat meat because I like the taste of it. So it's cruel, it's cannibalistic, but it's real. But does that mean I will always eat meat? Not necessarily. There have been times where I've tried to just not eat meat foods, but they just don't seem to work well. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna eat meat, lamb tastes great, but it's not a good choice of meat because of the high fat content. And again, lamb are so cute. Eat them. So from my point of view, Flavio, right? Yeah, life does have value, but that's not necessarily an objective fact. That's my opinion. From someone else's point of view, it may not be a fact. It's what you're like. I can see what you're doing is circling the drain of a moral argument. Okay, but yes, I don't subscribe to moral facts or objectivity. And there's a way you can get to moral realism, but you can only really get there substantially from humanist point of view. You can't get there with a god. Agreed, Mr. AJ. My nose is so bloody blocked, it's annoying. Pigs are not cute, bro, but I still don't really like F with eating pigs. Now and again I have a little bit of bacon, but I don't really F with pigs like that, bro. Pigs stink. And they're ugly. I'm joking. Like I was just saying, yeah, don't eat a lamb because it's cute. Don't eat a pig because it's ugly. The contradictions of being human are crazy. So yeah, I think human life has value, but not animal life, right? I'm joking. It's just yeah, there are. I have no problem with accepting the contradictions on these kinds of things. What's the question? What is my argument for humans inventing God? So when I say humans inventing God, it's what's called an explanatory claim, and it seeks to explain the how and the why, and in some instances the when and the where. What are the fields of information or the studies we pull from to make this inductive case that humans invented God? Architecture, archaeology, so artifacts found in the ground left behind by humans and humanoid species. Anthropology, the study of humans, human culture, human history, human rituals. And then cognitive science, how the brain functions, why it functions. So, per my hypothesis of humans creating gods, which you might describe as an argument, there are three distinct phases to God creation. Phase 1 is assigning agency to elemental and celestial things. The how we do that is from a cognitive theory called hyperactive agency detection. Why is it done? For survival, primarily. The second phase is abstraction, so we start to think up ideas that are internally generated, then we deify those ideas, right? Why do we do it? To start to explain things, to give reason, or to give explanation where there is no explanation. The third phase is anthropomorphizing. We stack the two, phase 1 and phase 2 together, and we start offering humanoid features to them, and it's done that way to mirror human hierarchy and organize people. It's called societal cohesion. So all God concepts fall into one of those three, or a mixture of all three of those phases. So that's the argument on how, why, and in some instances when and where humans made gods. What's up, Godspeed? What video did you see? What's up, Jay Stewart? I was gonna eat a sweet, but I realized it's gonna like proper be jarring on the mic. But I've got such a cold, man. Oh, the McLaren one. Do you know actually that was made? It's coming up a year now. So that's part of like a really long, like my first attempt at making a documentary or like a kind of YouTube documentary. So it's just a clip from it. I haven't released a full video of that yet. So there doesn't seem to be much interest about like that kind of analysis, or at least on this channel. But I appreciate you watching the clip though. Oh my god. Yeah, so death anxiety is definitely a big part of God concepts as well. Idea of death is actually an abstract idea. And that plays into people deifying the idea of death to give certainty when there's uncertainty around that big question, what happens when you die, or why do you die? Off you go. Research in what direction? What are we talking about? I mean, I kind of agree that it's not good to think about death, but at the same time, there's a stoic point of view from Epictetus who says, "Let death be before your eyes daily." Sort of desensitize yourself to it in a way where you no longer worry about it because it's uncontrollable. The problem is with like trying to avoid thinking about death is that it's inevitable. So you would actually create a larger wall of anxiety around it by not actually confronting it head on. There's also another stoic technique called negative visualization, where you visualize the worst possible outcomes of things. So the eventuality of your mortality is one of those things that you would negatively visualize. It would also reduce the fear surrounding it. Very important if you're going to be going to war or like suffering from a terminal illness or something. Or if you get those stuff down before you end up in a context where you're facing your mortality, then you're less likely to be scared. Doesn't mean you're not going to be scared, but less likely. Hey, Donnie Darko, you changed your name, didn't you? You came here last time. Why would one need Jesus Christ in order to seek God? Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense at all. So why don't you explain to me what it is then, Allegria? Why don't you explain it to me, since you have a superior understanding of it? What's up? Some of my family is Christian, I believe. To be fair, I don't know most of my family, so I don't really know. But the ones I do know, I think they're Christian-leaning ideas. And no, it's not that I don't know my family because I don't have a dad. I had both parents growing up, but both my parents are dead. And both of their parents are dead. So just in case you're wondering, I'm not one of those kind of guys. I did grow up in a two-parent household. But that's not a knock to anyone who didn't, but it's just, you know, racial stereotypes are a thing. But yeah, I don't know what most of my family subscribe to. I can tell you my grandma was ultra religious. She took me to church when I was like 4 years old in the West Indies. That was very interesting. The memory is kind of stuck. Ooh. Yes, I definitely want to get married. But maybe, like, do you know what? I often think, right, I would at least subdue a little bit of my vocal skepticism for a woman I actually love. Whether she's Muslim or Christian or Jewish or whatever. I would actually just, like, play it down a bit in order for us to have, like, a healthy kind of relationship, you know, just not to fuck up her world. I would do that, right? Now, I'm not saying I would just pretend to believe. Maybe it depends how far I'd go. Like, if I actually care about the person, it'd be more worthwhile just like having peace. But I think in the same regards, it would the relationship would work a lot better if we were able to have these kinds of dialogues. That's just an opinion. We have to see how it plays out, right? Who knows? At least at some point, you know. I mean, I don't know about highly religious, because there'd be some things that I just would not. That would be like, you realize that's like colonial hangover, right? You can't really be doing that. What do you mean? I don't know who made up my house. It was apprentices on the government scheme who made up my house. Oh, I want to say the House of Development, but that'd be a bit TMI. So I do know who made my house. Kids in college. Cheap building materials. Just enough to meet the standards. That's who made my house. Love-hate relationship. But like I said, right? So like even within some of these like weird religious ideologies, there's like these loopholes where you can marry into certain types of religions, right? But I don't know, man. I don't really care about it on that level. Yeah, because they're children. They don't have that kind of explanatory power or understanding of the universe yet, or just the natural world. Just like our primitive ancestors, they assign agency to things. So they give other things minds. They presuppose mind in other things because they have a mind. That's what children do. Then they go on to create stories. Like, you ever listen to a kid talk to you and they're telling you some wild imaginative story, like all to say something that's very simple, right? That's why, because they don't have the explanatory power yet, because they don't grasp how the world functions. So obviously, the same guy that posits hyperactive agency detection device, Justin Barrett, is the same guy that done that study. Okay? Children come from that point of view because they don't understand how the world works. So they create a fictional story to give them explanatory power. Just like our ancestors did. Because psychologically they would have been in their infancy. How do you beat the headless ape? You got to use the spear to draw out the centipede. I mean, that's what they might think, right? But shit, what can I say, right? The right woman will be fine with it. She'll be like, okay, I see. Why do you play games? It's culturally relevant, right? There are cognitive benefits and just straight up enjoyment. So there's that. And shit. I'm talking to people from all over the world whilst I play the game, so I'm multitasking and stacking, right? And we're talking about things of significance, of importance. I don't think that's true, Peril. I think we projected ourselves into our God creations. There isn't a God creation that doesn't have an element of a culture that produced it in it. So I don't know. I don't know if that's an actual sensible question, Deep. What is a higher self? Come on, be serious. My parents made me. Prayamata, what's that? Is that the one with the girl? I may have seen some clips of that. Who? Tax who? Bro, Tax is a scam, bro. Yeah, I think I saw a clip of that. Does look interesting, but you saying the Sega developed it, then you know it's gonna have some questionable things. I don't think that's true, Deep, right? Me personally, I don't subscribe to the idea that something can come from nothing, being that nothing is just a word and not an actual thing. But from a religious point of view, if you think God created the universe, then you think something could come from nothing. From a religious point of view, if you think God exists, then you think something can come from nothing. So that's kind of, it's a contradictory opinion to hold as a religious person, or someone who believes in God, believes in a creator God anyways. You do think something could come from nothing. it's a primary doctrine in Christianity called creatio ex nihilo. It's Latin for out of nothing. Eight to 12-hour game. That is tiny, bro. Let's let him die. I'm just gonna finish my coffee now. So why should I think God has always existed, Menzi? Well, the universe is slowly cooling down, so from that perspective, there's going to come a point where nothing can exist, or at least in the form that it exists now. So once it reaches that point, then yeah, everything that's living based on the current universe setup would cease to exist. So if you have to ask yourself, if a God exists, why would that be happening? Why would the universe be cooling down at such a rate where everything that exists now in this life permitting little golden zone will cease to exist in the future? Why would a God do that? To be fair, Jay, I haven't played any new games yet. I'm still playing PS4, so just enjoying the old console still. Playing my PS3 and my PS2, even till today. I agree, SA9, right? So there's a fictional scientific scale called the Kardashev scale, where it's basically just like different levels of civilization. So like the highest is like being able to harness the power of a universe or a galaxy. But on that Kardashev scale, right, there would be intelligences that are higher than humans, and you wouldn't have to call any of them a god. But from a human's perspective, they would be godlike because they're just higher up that civilizational scale. Right? So from that point of view, yeah, when people say a higher intelligence or a higher power, it could be anything. They could literally just be pointed to extraterrestrial beings or something. But then again, there are people who think aliens made us. So there's all kinds of stuff out there. That is a misquote. Right. So show me exactly where Einstein said that, cool hawk, right? Because I believe that to be a misquote. The type of God that Einstein believed in, ironically, being that he was a Jewish man, wasn't an Abrahamic type of God. I can't remember if it was a deistic God or a pantheistic God. But it wasn't a God that you're talking about, or that you're likely talking about, a mainstream type of God. So, seeing a 7-foot black shadow doesn't just mitigate all of the history. It's like maybe something was blocking out the sun. Usually how shadows work. Or blocking the light source. Or the light source was behind the thing, the object. So it's usually how shadows work, bro. Slice down. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? You have to ask, from that point of view, TC, right? Why do you think people are particularly susceptible to religious beliefs after going through some psychological or emotional turmoil? There's a reason, right? If you're going through psychological or emotional turmoil, you are weakened. You're in a weakened state of you're in a weakened cognitive state, right? So your faculties, your ability to think clearly and concisely or rationally is reduced. So at the point where you're in that emotional state or that psychological state, you're susceptible to religious or supernatural views because you wouldn't be susceptible to them if all of your faculties were intact. A good analogy I like to use is, think about it from Pokemon, right, back in the day. Ash doesn't just go out into the world and just catch Pokemon as they are. He has to battle the Pokemon and break them down into a weakened state, and then he can capture them. It's the same way that religion works, or supernatural beliefs. You don't start out with your cognitive faculties at the highest they are, at the peak of your intellectual kind of life, and then start believing in stuff. Something has to happen that makes a dip in that for you to start believing in stuff. Unless of course she was indoctrinated as a child. But then there's that. So yeah, if you're in an emotional state or a cycle or like a having some psychological break, then yes, you're susceptible to believing things that aren't real. So it's just how humans function. And the same thing could be said about how propaganda functions. If you repeat something enough, the mind will start to hold it to be true. Okay? In the same way, you could argue like your nervous system and stuff like that isn't able to tell the difference between something that is fake in a movie and something that is real. The stimuli is essentially the same. You're seeing a person get hacked to death in a horror movie. So if you was to see that in real life, it triggers certain things like fight, flight, freeze responses. You may become desensitized to seeing that in a film, but your body actually doesn't know the difference. Right? So all weird kind of stuff like that play into it. I mean, I'm talking about Pokemon from a 90s perspective, bro. I grew up when Pokemon was being, like, it would come on ITV, bro, after school. So, I don't even know what Pokemon is now. Last time I saw Pokemon stuff at, like, Comic-Con, it was a bunch of things I didn't recognise. So it's just like, okay, don't know what happened to Pokemon. But people are still spending a lot of money on cards, I do know that. The God of the Bible is created. It's historically documented. The God of the Bible starts out as a national God, a small g God called Yahweh, YHWH from the Tetragrammaton. That was a storm and war god for the people of Israel. That God takes elements from Elohim, El Elyon, which is another god of the Canaanites. Right? So the Israelites and the Canaanites lived in a system called henotheism. Henotheism is not like monotheism. Monotheism says there is one God. Polytheism says there are many gods. But henotheism says, I have a God in my tribe, you have a God in your tribe. But my God is the top dog to us, your God the top dog to you. Right? That's the difference. Yahweh takes on the elements of El Elyon. Yahweh becomes God the Father. And then they also later on meet with the Zoroastrianists. And then they adapt Zoroastrianist philosophy or theology into Judaism, or what becomes Judaism. Then God becomes synonymous with the Creator, the All High. And then Christianity comes on the scene and offers a triune configuration. But the God that was Yahweh goes through an evolution. It takes on the stories of their their predecessors, which were the Sumerians and Mesopotamians. So yes, even the God of the Bible has actually a history of being created and conceptually added onto. I told you earlier on, right? If you're using the word emming somebody, urdering somebody, by definition it's wrong because it's an unlawful unaliving. So it's wrong because it's unlawful. But if you're saying why is unaliving wrong, then there's various different ways you can approach that. You can approach that from a utilitarian point of view, an egoist point of view, a virtue ethics point of view, a consequentialist point of view. It depends what you subscribe to. In the same way, you could say why is unaliving right? You could use any one of those frameworks, or divine command theory. For instance, divine command theory is a moral framework that says what God says is right. God is the moral standard. Okay, so in divine command theory, it says God is the moral standard, or what it says in the religious text is a moral standard. So in the Bible, I can put up on the screen if this is more helpful for you, if you would like to see, right? You have to come to the Culture Crack channel. So in the Bible, I think it's Samuel 15 or something like that. But prior to this, right, God gives Moses the 10 Commandments. And within that 10 Commandments, it explicitly says, thou shalt not unalive people. Now, under divine command theory, sorry, I can't find that. There we go. Under the divine command theory, right, God actually tells people in the Bible, in the Old Testament, to go and unalive a group of people. I'll read the Bible quote for you. Now, before you start crying about us out of context, what is the context of this quote? Right, so the Amalekites are a group of people that inhabit the Levant with the Israelites, with the Canaanites, right? The Amalekites and the Israelites have beef from 400 years ago. Right? The Amalekites did some stuff to the Israelites 400 years ago. Now it's 400 years later. This is the context of the verse. God is speaking to the Israelites, and he says to the Israelites, now go and unalive the Amalekites for what their ancestors did to you. Okay, that's the context of the verse I'm about to read to you. So why the divine command theory type of morality is banned is because of this. So prior to this, Moses has his 10 commandments: thou shalt not kill. But now here is God explicitly saying, go and kill men, women, and children. All right? So here's the verse. Now go, attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camel and donkeys. So to the question you asked me, do I think emming someone is wrong? The definition of emming someone is an unlawful unaliving. But by God's standards, it would be okay. Right? By his own divine commands. So that's the kind of problem you're in when you think you can understand morality from the point of view of religion. You can't. Religion justifies the worst things, and it's not objective also. So hopefully that helps. You did see it on the screen on the vertical, but that was the quote, the direct quote. Yeah, we've got that Bible quote as well, Socrates. And that one, Roto, we've got that one as well, but I don't really do that. We don't really need to do that. Yes, absolutely. We went through that earlier on, JS. Things like unaliving people and grape are all given justification through the Bible. I wouldn't call it justification, I'd call it a rationalization. But through actual scripture, sometimes through the direct word of God, he's saying to do these things. So from that point of view, you couldn't argue for any kind of objective morality. What you're arguing for is divine subjectivity. But, for instance, like that Bible quote, that Samuel quote, right? To know that unaliving a baby because God told you to do it would be wrong, you would have to have a humanist framework of ethics. You would be able to use divine command theory, because that's God directly telling you to contradict the 10 commandments. And not only just a man, women, children, camel, donkeys. So that's kind of rough. Fair enough. I mean, that's not a rough take to take, Alfie. I mean, the only question is, how would you know God when you see him? That's the only problem. Again, like, people who claim to have these religious experiences, when you really ask them, right, how would you differentiate between your supernatural experience and a psychotic break? Most of them have got no tools to do that. So how would you know God when you see him? It's like we was laughing about last night. God just be like, hey, notice me, doing all these magical things in your life. And you're like, nah, I'm looking for Jesus. God just be like, no, it's me, look, notice me. I'm doing these magical things in your life. You're like, nah, I want Allah. Like, people like, God and Allah, same person. People like, nah, I want Moses. I want Jesus. I want Muhammad. I want, Buddha. And God be like, notice me, right? Look, I'm doing these magical things, right? And everyone's like, nah, that's not God, right? We want this guy, right? That's kind of what would happen there. It's like, how would you know God when you see him? Bro? All you've got to reference God is the concepts that humans have cooked up. How would you know? I mean, yeah, someone saying you can't see God. How would you know? Right? Where are the rules that say you can't see God? These are the things that people just make up on the fly for their God concept. In the past, people thought of gods as interacting with humans on a daily basis, and sometimes even in humanoid forms. So it really depends what kind of god you're subscribing to. No, I don't think God and Allah are different. I think Allah is just a different name for God from an Arabic point of view. They're talking, like, if you talk to a Muslim, they claim to be talking about the same God of Abraham. So then that's God. And the genealogy of that same God of Abraham is Yahweh. So if the Christians, the Jews, and the Muslims are all talking about the same God, then critique follows all three religions. I don't know what you mean by spiritual, right? So I can't really believe in something I don't know about. I think I have to be convinced of it first. So what do you mean by spiritual? What? Are you? I think you're saying that as like a rage bait. Do you want people to attack Islam by saying that explicit? That's got to be a rage bait. It's like he's literally like asking to be stoned, saying, "Look, people flog me." It's like, oh, you got a humiliation kink or something? Why would you say that? Unless you genuinely think that. Why the name Set? Because that's what my parents called me. My name is longer than that. No. That's the name I was given. Actually a biblical name. Get up. Who subscribes to Scientology? Oh, okay, yeah. That's a fact then. Evil, that's a fact. Do you know, Will Smith was a Scientologist. I think he might still be. So was Tom Cruise. Just see what kind of people this pertains to. So good. I'm not. I mean, I don't know about any influences that are intangible, right? How would I know of them? It's the same thing I was just saying a minute ago. How would I be able to differentiate between experience of a supernatural entity or a psychotic break? What tools would I be using? Are you going to say, oh, I would know the difference based on my feelings? Well, can I trust my senses? Do my senses tell me the truth at all times? So you'd have to be very clear and distinct on what you mean by when you say spirituality. What does that mean? Yeah, at least Scientology are honest about their effery. Scientology could be like not like a polemic, but like just a modern kind of take on what religion actually is fundamentally. A bunch of people maneuvering or moving around this fictional idea, but to garner resources, influence, and power. That is really what all religions are, primarily imperialistic vehicles. But Scientology is like a modern take on it. That's not a challenge. That's your belief. Not even a supportable belief. It's literally your belief. Now ask yourself, where did you get that idea from? Where did you get that story from? It was a human. It was a human who told you that. Hey! Come on. Oh, you made it. Yeah, so again, you're not even trying to define what you mean by a human spirit. So when you say human spirit, now you're moving away from spirituality in general. Someone could say human spirit and be talking about what's known as a zeitgeist, meaning like the thoughts and ideology of the time or a specific society. So there's such a concept as the world spirit, and really what the world spirit is human history, our history on the planet, and that we're heading towards a direction ultimately. The word spirit could be used in that context, but when you talk about spirituality, right, what do you mean by that? That's not clear to me. It's like I don't think it makes a difference what I believe, Ed, right? But I don't have any beliefs about what happens when we pass because I don't know. It's ill-defined, that's the word I was looking for. Oh, Oh, the guy died. They must have heard about that intel. What sounds a bit wishy-washy? Spiritualism, gods, supernatural entities. Yep, sounds wishy-washy to me too. About to install TikTok. Get your ass over here. I warn you, don't scroll on anything. Just watch my streams alone. Save your psychology. I'm joking. But yeah, I don't know when like people throw around this idea of spirituality, right? Natural things, I think there are really only natural things. I think the idea of supernatural is just a concept. It's not something that's been established or well established in any way. It's just a concept or like a possibility. No, it's not that I don't know what it is. That's what I'm saying to you. How can I believe in something if I don't know what it is? Well, I don't know what it is. So, from my understanding, in the like ancient Greek world, you would say a soul or a spirit or something is like the immaterial essence of a thing. But that in itself is still ill-defined. What does that mean? What is the immaterial essence of a ball, or the immaterial essence of a human? That in itself as a concept is ill-defined. Me personally, I think that language was cooked up before they had psychoanalysis. So we're talking about things to do with the mind before they had the language for it. That's my opinion though. So when you start saying spirituality, what do you mean by it? Obviously people aren't using it in a conventional type of way. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That is literally woo-woo. Where does one find the soul or the spirit? There are people who've studied this, right? Or tried to study it. Where is the seat of the soul or the spirit? Where is it found? Matthias, I don't think that's true, right? If you're talking about like a supernatural universe level entity, it doesn't actually have to reveal itself to you. The idea of divine revelation is completely a mind dependent scenario. So that means your idea of God revealing himself to you is literally just a scenario playing out in your mind. So it could be just your interpretation of something natural, or your misinterpretation of something natural. But if a God existed, like independent of humans, it wouldn't have to reveal itself to us in that kind of humanoid way. Why would it? It would literally just be a matter of fact. Soul is stored in the balls. Now that is believable. Come on, I'm just on a one-on-one, bro. I need to change my prosthesis. Yes, everyone's experience is different, which also plays into the confusion in the first place. Wow, one-shotter. Okay, now. Bro, I can't even see the guy. Ooh, can't parry like that. Could cheese this guy. Oh. This fight is not going to end well. Why do you need to walk into the fire to attack him? You could just stand at range and attack him. I hate parrying, as you can see. I'm cooked because of it. Idiot. That's it, that's the end of the fight. That's the end. So what would you say the actual definition by philosophers is of atheism? So me reading a book called Seven Types of Atheism, it approaches it from different views, but most of them entail various different humanist ideologies around atheism. So what do you say the consensus of philosophers are on what atheism is? Because I'm pretty sure the definition I use is the standard disbelief in God or gods. Now, you can take that standard definition and take a hard position and say there are no gods. You can take that standard and take a soft position and say there could be gods. So what definition are you using? No, bro. It's called a watchmaker's analogy. It's fallacious thinking. Humans are not synonymous or analogous with inanimate objects. Neither is the universe. So thinking about it in terms of an NPC in a computer game, or the computer game itself, isn't getting you any closer to understanding anything. You're making a mistake in your thinking. Called a habit of thought. So, as I said, tell us what the philosophical definition is that you're using, Roaming. It's literally just a standardized definition of what atheism is, the disbelief in God or gods. There's nothing more to it than that. The reason why it's not analogous to a computer is because of this, right? When you make an analogy like God could just be a computer programmer or God could be a watchmaker, there's certain background information that you're presupposing in order to make that analogy, like the existence of humans. You can presuppose that because we know we do exist. The existence of watches and, you know, computers, right, and all the various components, all the materials organized to make watches and computers. Those things are you can presuppose in that analogy, you know? But when you start thinking about what comprises the universe and human life and various other things, the analogy doesn't work. So you can't presuppose a god. You can't presuppose the materials or the mechanism in which the god uses to make the universe. And it just so happens the universe and humans aren't inanimate objects like watches and computers. Yeah. So there's various different levels of contradictions happening there that wouldn't allow that kind of analogy to work. Maybe I'd explain that in simple enough terms. But comparing us to the computer or to a watch isn't sensible. Bruh. Anyways, let's have that fire. What do you mean, where comes from my brain? What do you mean by that? I think all life comes around from natural processes. The development of the human brain is a process of evolution. That's how it gets the way it is. Oh, all I want to do is get through this bit without minimum effort. Didn't work. Just die. No, you could trust in a computer because you could reverse engineer it. You could literally take apart the components, figure out the mathematics that allows for binary code and all these kinds of things. You could, through scientific process, produce a computer yourself. Yeah, Nico, I'm thinking about doing that, actually, I'm not gonna lie. But what I want to do is get past this bit without losing any energy or any life, so we can have the fight. But it's not working. Yeah, but the universe isn't like that. We're trying to reverse engineer what makes the universe what it is through reductionism. But we're not there yet. Truth be told, we may never be there. It's like there's a view in philosophy that you can never have a robust model of what the universe is while being a constituent of the universe. So meaning you can't know the whole because you are a part of it. You can't have an understanding of the whole because you're simply just a component of it. So those kinds of, when those things are considered, those analogies get even worse. No, yeah, from that point of view, J Stewart, it is Stewart, it is possible for someone to create like a self-replicating technology. It's kind of what AI is supposed to become, but it's not really there yet either. But yeah, if you was to provide a sufficiently advanced AI with material, just set it off to do what it wants, then it would create something, or it would try to create something. Oh, he's up there. How did he get up there then? Spike's messed up already. Right, yeah, at the current level we're functioning, no, we can't really explain what the actual universe is, like I just said, because we're part of it ourselves. So how are we going to get a full model of it from outside? All of our understanding of the universe will be based on calculation and inferences. So how is that even the same? Yeah, Mud King, not yet, it isn't, no. But like I said, someone was making the point that you could program a computer to just create things on its own, so to speak. That's what the point was being made. That's the point that was being made. Yeah, but what reason do you have to think God invented humans? I think the truth is the best you've got is the story humans have told you. No, the Bible isn't the word of God either, so that means you haven't studied the Bible either. Oh, Cornwall. Oh, I didn't change my prosthesis. Wait. Oh yeah, this game changed. This game pauses the whole game. My prosthetic prosthesis. What? Fair enough. Oh, I messed up anyways. Why would you ever eat nuggets from KFC? That is bizarre. No idea, Future. You really do like the spilly. God is a driller. Joking. No, Mutt King, right? The events in Genesis are passed down from well, the premise of what Genesis is passed down from the Mesopotamians in a creationist story. Yeah. Genesis didn't actually take place in reality. At best, theologians could say Genesis is an allegory or a metaphor, but it doesn't follow what science suggests. We've got to restart this fight. Genesis is just a story. Yeah, I've heard that as well. Apparently there was one they set up in up north and one in London. Well, I don't know if the London one is actually there yet, but you're saying that it is in Wembley. So me myself, I don't actually eat food out anymore. But I try to avoid it. Well, that's a lie. I will eat some junk food, but I mostly just go to well-established food chains, like where you know it's like super corporate, like Forever Meats and shit like that. That's gonna stay in your body until you die. Like, I know it's not good, but I try to avoid. I don't know if it's a good thing. Maybe it's just my diet type. I just like don't really try new things that way in terms of food. You know, I'll have a McDonald's, like something like that. But I just like try random fast food shops. Or Greg's. It's actually terrible. So bland. So what do you mean by the ontological problem, Ben? Do you? Oh, this is getting boring. I should have ended the stream like 3 hours ago. True. We do know very little about the universe. That's very true. It's like a droplet's worth from an ocean. So what kind of proof would you like? What kind of evidences would support the claim to you? Or are you just crying? I think it's just crying. I think it's just tears. A tuna baguette? Why would you waste your money buying a tuna sandwich from a shop? At least get something hot. Just make a tuna sandwich at home, bro. It's a waste of money. Probably make it better as well. It's like, at least, like, I think Greg's has a weird policy about heating up food as well. So like a lot of times you'll get cold food. But yeah, I mean, I keep it super simple. Maybe get one of Yum Yums or a glazed donut, some kind of pastry. Tuna sandwich is crazy work, bro. It's like of all the meal deals you could pick as well. It's like, why tuna? At least let's get something that you can't make at home easily, anyways. Alright, so exactly. The fact that we are the ones that are able to create things explains why we create gods and why we give gods the power of creation. That should be a very clear hint to you. Behind every god concept you'll find the culture of humans in a specific region. All of these things are hints to us creating gods. Yeah. Now, since we've developed a certain, like, high level compared to what? Since we developed cognitive functions that allow for these conceptualization of abstract things, we can then produce these ideas into the world and use them as temporary explanatory power. But so far as them actually existing outside of us, where is the evidence? Yeah, in a way, that's true. Church of England did kind of cut out the middleman, but it's a bit more complicated than that. Church of the Protestant Reformation was happening because of the abuse of the Roman Catholics across Europe. That and King Henry VIII. I think it was 8th. So yeah, there's a lot of politics behind the Church of England coming into existence. But prior to that, there was lots of people under Christendom who wanted to be Christians, but were suffering under the Roman Empire, the Vatican Empire, really. So they wanted the separation too. Yeah, it's fair play, but that's not a bad way of looking at it. The church is big business, right? So it's a fact. You look at all the riches stored up in these churches through their architecture, through their gowns, through their ornamentation. All of those came from the resources of the lands that they're on. It's like in early England, right? We talk about England specifically, not just Britain. When England is unified and becomes England, a lot of these churches, or what became churches, were established amongst communes of little villages in England. All of the individual peasants' resources would primarily be sent to the king via taxation and to the church. So a lot of those ornaments, the golds, the brasses, all these nice sculptures and stuff, happen because the actual churches were directly extracting resources from the peasantry in England. So that's why they're so rich. If you look at the Vatican City and how much gold and resources they've got, then you look at the poverty conditions of their following across the world. So this is what they produce. Anyways, I'm bored as hell, bro. It's time to cut this shit. And I'm hungry. All this talk about food got me going. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Socrates. It's how do you think they amassed that wealth, right? It's through exploitation, through theft, colonization, and imperialism. Free labor and free resources for centuries and centuries and centuries allow religious institutions to display such wealth on such a grand level, while their followers, the everyday humble person, they suffer from poverty all the time. But as an institution, it's big money. Not necessarily, AJ. Depends on your cultural context. What if you're from Asia and you don't have the cultural setting of calling out to God? Then what? You only say that because you're from the West. You only say that because you're culturally Christian, right? But no, not everyone's going to call out to God when they're in trouble. Actually, most people call out to their mums. So, it's a bit of human nature there for you. But anyways, I have been on for way too long. Maybe I'll come back in the evening, but I'm done. I want to eat some food. I've wasted the day. Half of it anyways. So anyways, see you later. Think about what's been said here. Or not.